you don't get to know them. You hear stories about this person through the people that you know, or a friend of a friend, but then they just keep coming up, and you feel like they're in your life, even though you've never met them.
About to switch my controller.
You would know them on the street if you saw them, right? There was a guy like that for me named Marty. I never met Marty. Wouldn't have been able to track him down. He gave me 23andMe and a genealogy test or something like that. I knew Marty through stories. Because Marty had an interesting life. This dude spent a bunch of time in France. He was American born, lived in France for a long time, learned French super fluently. And apparently, he told one of his friends, this is how I heard the story, that he dreamed in French. Like he spoke English, obviously, and he lived in the States again. But his dreams would just be full of people speaking French at different points and stuff. And it came up because here in the U.S., he met someone, and they fell in love. But she was French, so my friends didn't meet anybody.
Because it's raining.
Here, I met a French woman, right? And
but you know what? That's good. Because if I keep cleaning it up and keep getting points, I'm smart.
Basically, in a nutshell, forgot his girlfriend's birthday. You know, it was their first year together, so we're still like been dating some months, but hanging out all the time and everything. Said my birthday. I'm supposed to remember. That's part of the relationship quiz. And it kept seeming like maybe there was a surprise waiting, or he was pretending to have forgotten or something. And then he went and took a nap. Yeah, not only did you forget my birthday, you napped in my face. And then I guess when she realized that he genuinely did forget, she woke him up. When she was mad, she'd go straight to French, right? Because she'd be so mad she wasn't putting it in English for him. And so he woke up to his girlfriend yelling at him in French. And he thought he was still dreaming.
Oh, shit. Forgot about that.
I can't believe you forget my birthday. What's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? You over here playing in my face all day? All in French. I'm paraphrasing. And then he was squinting, a little tired, looking up at him and just wonders, I guess, to himself, am I having a dream right now? So he casually, while she's yelling at him, puts his finger in her mouth. Forget your birthday before, but you definitely have not had them put their finger in your mouth as you were letting them have it.
There was
like felt like a dozen funny stories like that about Marty. Marty was an interesting dude who just moved in different circles than me. Never met Marty or anything. But Marty got older, got married, had some kids and stuff, and then Marty got sick. Marty had
visionary. Expand your park one time.
There were some treatments that they could try, but
Indeed.
it wasn't looking good, and his insurance wasn't covering.
So that was money.
Pocket and Marty.
Points. Okay, so now I gotta get the basic slides. Basic launchers. 1, 2, 3, 6 points.
It's sometimes hard to be a good boss if you don't like being boss.
What else?
Oh, you know,
right.
People don't
Gotta
enjoy
do all of this.
someone telling them what to do. It's like I tell you what to do if we all work here. So, like, you can't just show up to work and be like, you figure out whatever you feel like. Nothing would get done. Like, there do need to be bosses sometimes in certain situations. It's just how you are a boss, you know? Like, there are certain managers that I've had in my life that, honestly, I had the easy job, and they still made it hell, because they were hell to be around, you know? There's nothing like having an easy job that you know is an easy job. I could do this in my sleep, but I gotta do it next to a jerk. That's the worst, you know? You know those people got time to lean, got time to clean.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another thing I have to accept about bosses, I have to accept about managers. There are some jobs where genuinely, it's in the handbook. It's like part of the job. The job makes you kind of come off like, or maybe turn into a bastard. Do you know what I mean? Because there are policy handbooks and companies where if you got time to lean, got time to clean, is in the book. They just quote them. So there are some jobs where you got to be a monster to do them. And there's some jobs that make you a monster, you know? When the shooting in New York happened, because for me, in case you didn't know, in case you somehow have not been on Earth, there was a shooting in New York. Basically, this dude walked up behind CEO of United Healthcare and he shot him several times and then he went off, right? But apparently he had been camped out there waiting. That dude walks past him. He goes, pop, 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 pop. And then he jumps on, apparently, a city bike, which is not advisable. And then he heads over to Central Park and disappeared into the night / day, because it was day. It was broad daylight, too. That's also what felt so insane about it. It happened during the day. You gotta understand, there's New York day things and New York night things. We usually keep the shootings after dark. And when it happened, it shook everything up. Everyone was obsessed. The news was obsessed. The news was obsessed when it happened. The news was like, oh, we have something to talk about. It's not Trump. What a day. So the news talked about it all day. The news talked about it non-stop. The news would even have people on to discuss it who clearly were just finding stuff out in the moment with us on the news. They would bring the expert on and then play the clip. And then the expert would watch the clip and be like, damn, it's like you. You were supposed to know, son. That's why you're on the news. The news was absolutely obsessed, right? The news did a thing that I've never seen before that I very much resented, because I'm just going to be honest with you. This entire time, I'm just going to be telling you how I feel. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm not going to judge how anyone feels. I'm just talking about myself, right? When I saw it happen, when I saw that video footage that I just walk up and pull out a gun and point it at that CEO, I thought to myself, thank God those are white hands. When I saw those lily white hands, when I saw those pearly white hands, I thought to myself, what a white sight. What a beautiful white thing to happen that does not have anything to do with me, that should not blow back on me at all. What a white moment in America. And then the section continually over and over again describing what happened, going over what happened. The news did something. CBS this morning showed the clip. They showed this man walk up, pull out the gun. He said on CBS in the morning, a light-skinned man no, light skin. When is where's the news? Ever said light skin? What's that, CBS Red, bro? Light skin. I was horrified. No. You know, if it had been a black person, they would say black. They love saying black. Anytime a black person does something, the news is like, this black was last seen at the scene of the crime. You know this black. If you've seen this particular black, call this number so you can report him for his blackety black crime.
The trees are so nice. I don't want to turn them down.
The news was obsessed with it, top to bottom. You could not watch anything else. I'm sure stuff was happening everywhere in the world.
I can build up enough before we start the next day. I can unlock all those other things.
People were obsessed with it.
Technically, I can buy another pool.
I heard people talking about people who I know don't watch the news. People who I know don't.
Maybe I get rid of these shitty pools.
Everybody was debating it on social.
I'm about to grab a garbage bag.
Everyone was talking about it. People were so obsessed that the backpack that the shooter was wearing sold out. Because in America, everything is an ad, including people were so obsessed. You know, like those Timothy Chalamet lookalike contests they've been having in New York? A bunch of white people got together. A bunch of white people got together in the park and all dressed like the shooter and had a shooter lookalike contest. And it's been done in comedy before. I understand. It's a joke that's well worn. White people be like this. Black people be like this. Can I just say? As a black person, we have never, as black people, watched the news, seen the suspect, and then went outside specifically dressed as the suspect.
So, a couple more puddles and 2 of them plants.
We've never watched the morning, the 8 o'clock, the 10 o'clock, the midnight news and been like, oh, that's a good fit right there. Let me make sure I got it right. A red bandana. Okay, I need a red one. That's just how you can tell being white is a different experience, because these white people racially profile themselves for fun. It's just having a time. So the news was obsessed, and people were obsessed, and CEOs were obsessed. CEOs were like, what happened? Oh, no. Oh, my God, are you serious? And you didn't know each other? He's did that in broad daylight? To one of us? CEOs started making moves, man. CEOs, all the healthcare companies started taking down all of their profiles, all of their LinkedIn's were just back to factory settings. And look, I need to be clear about something. I mean, you're gonna glean this off of me the entire time. I don't want anybody to die, right? I don't celebrate death in any way, right? But I will say, if you feel in the wake of this thing happening, like you have to scrub all mention of you, all knowledge of your existence off of the internet, then maybe, just maybe, take a look at how you do business. Take a look at the person. Do you know what I mean? Because I've seen this thing before in a different way. Okay, so I had a buddy who I went to his apartment for the first time, and this dude, I understand taking precautions, because that's what they will say they were doing. They were like, we don't know the motive, we don't know why this person would do this thing, we don't know who they are, we don't know if they're gonna come for one of us. So we try to protect ourselves, take everything off. And that's what this guy was doing. I went to his house for the first time, went to his place, and he had 6 locks on his door. At 6 locks, something needs to change. At 6 locks, you either need to move or change your ways, all right? Because this dude had 6 locks. He was dealing a little bit of drugs and stuff, but I was like, 6 is, come on. It takes you a minute and a half to open the door. I can hear it. You hear chains, you hear all that stuff. I was like, isn't this worse for you? You really worried somebody coming to get you? You got 6 locks. You sure you get killed trying to get in? But that happened, and the news was having trouble thinking of a motive. The news, they were like, why? Why would anyone? Why? Who could it be? Police were having trouble coming up with a motive when they went on the news. They were like, we have no idea why
It would have been stupid to do this, but
like this.
It's done.
CEOs
it's happening.
Could not think of a motive. They were like, but
I'm not adding no more stuff unless they tell me I need to, or until I get more staff.
Somebody come after us, right? You see it on the news. This is also, I'm not gonna lie, this is how you can tell the news is billionaires. Because the news was like this devastating, terrifying heroin attack in New York. And I'm not saying, look, a murder did take place. I'm not saying that it could have been listed as those things. I'm just saying you're the news. Like, you are the mainstream media. You play horrific stuff all the time. You're the same news that when those pages were going off on those people in the Middle East exploded, you were like, check this out. Isn't that wild? The moment 1,000 pages went off and killed a bunch of people. You know what I mean? And the same news is like, we still don't know who or why or what. Police couldn't think of a motive. CEOs couldn't think of a motive. CEOs of other healthcare companies couldn't seem to think of a motive. This thing happened the same week. One of the main insurance providers was saying out loud with their full chest, we gonna stop doing anesthesia if you take too long. You better... Which, by the way, is not to the patient. This is one of those insane things about that new policy they were going to try out. I never had to administer anesthesia to myself. That's just heroin. Yeah, if your surgery takes too long, it's not like they're there, by the way. It's not like they have to wait on you in the waiting room or something. If your surgery takes too long, we're going to charge extra to put you back under. If your surgery takes too long, we might not cover more anesthesia. What
Yeah,
in
plus.
the world did we think you could pay for health insurance and then you wake up during, who knows, whatever serious surgery you're having, and then your doctor has to be like, hey, do you have like 650? Because if not, I know you're a little groggy, but can you understand me right now? I know you're literally open, but can you understand what I'm saying? If you don't have it, that's okay. I got a stick. We can Civil War this right now. The stick is $20.
$6 so why? Okay.
Couldn't think of a motive, you know?
Oh, so 60.
The CEOs
Look like it
as well.
says
Look at
0.
this guy.
60 bucks. That's what I gotta make.
I don't think anyone was ready. I don't think the news was ready. I don't think the police were ready. I don't think the rich were ready for how, like, on the shooter's side Publix was. Do you know what I mean? Like, how absolutely, unequivocally on his side.
I can't build any.
Immediately. I didn't know it had happened and there were already jokes.
So it's gotta open.
Do you know what I mean? Immediately. You know? The people, I'm not going to say as a whole because I'm not going to speak for everybody, but for the most part, were on the shooter's side. They don't know the motive. They don't know why he did this thing, but they were glad that it happened.
Welcome to Kmart.
And so out of it, you get these CEOs, you get these rich people going on the news and really campaigning, being like, look, the CEO, this man was a father. This man was a husband. This man, and they really appealed to the humanity of this CEO. And there were people who heard that appeal, and they said, yeah, no, I know he was a person. So was my cousin. So was my brother. So was my sister. So was my friend. You know what I mean? This man had children. He leaves children behind. This is a senseless death. It did not have to happen. And it's like, yeah, no, I know about I know about avoidable deaths. You know? I'm a customer. I know people who have died these avoidable deaths and it took too long to get their medicine, it took too long to get the treatment. Maybe it wasn't covered. Maybe they're on the phone forever. This man was a father. He was a husband. Okay, so was Marty.
I need to push.
And I think the thing that people are wrestling with, the thing that we're all trying to contend with in how we feel about this thing, because people want to feel like good people. We know that murder is wrong. We know that death is a tragedy, right? Because to me, personally, when I look at any death, when I look at any killing in that way, I personally look at it as a loss and a tragedy, because as long as someone is alive, there's potential. There's potential to turn things around, there's potential to change, and then if you lose that potential, then your story gets cut short, and maybe things would have turned around. I'm not saying that they would have, but the thing that we're all wrestling with is that a murder did happen. Someone killed someone in cold blood. They just didn't kill innocent people. Do you know what I mean? That's also what feels so conflicting about it. Like, a killer killed a killer. This dude was the CEO. A lot of people died under his watch, through his policy, through what United Health does. You know? There are a lot of people that are gone, and when you can see an act happen in real time, it's very easy to look at it, be shocked by it, and call it murder. When you can spread all of the culpability, when you can spread all of the actions across thousands of individuals in a whole system, now somehow it's nobody's fault. You know? And like, you look it's someone like Brian Thompson, the CEO. Was to himself, probably, I'm assuming, just good at his job. It's his job to make the company money. I don't know what CEO outside of maybe like the gun manufacturer wakes up and wants people to die. Like, I don't know. I don't know what CEO wakes up. These CEOs, they work 80-hour weeks and they don't see their families and everything, but they do it because of their obsession to succeed and to build up the company, to make the company successful, to give back to the shareholders. All the reasons they come up with, and some people die along the way. That sort of is what it is, right? But this dude, make no mistake, he was a killer. He was such a good killer that the company was like, damn, Ryan. We need to make you CEO. Wow. Care. Get him on. Wow, Ryan. He got promoted the way a gang member becomes a leader, you know? Coldest one out here. It's tough. It's hard. It's also hard because when you talk about it, whenever you're feeling what you're feeling, you don't want to. You're all human, but you don't want to lose your humanity. You know, you don't want to get so spiteful that you lose some of yourself. You know, and so this dude, it's hard because the people are on his side. There's literally people dressing up as him, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I feel like some of the cops were even on his side because cops were on a manhunt for him in Central Park and they weren't looking hard. They weren't. Like, did you, if you saw the news and you saw them in Central Park, I've never seen a more lackadaisical hunt in my life. There were cops in Central Park. Yeah. This is being shot. They see the camera and they know what's going on in the news, and they were still like, he ain't in this bush. Where else is there to look? It's also difficult because you want to have empathy for everybody if possible. You want to see every angle if possible. But this one is tough in a way because of what Ryan was just a representative. That dude just is one of the dudes. Nothing changed. He's one of the dudes. And he can be one of the dudes because the system's already there. So it's not as if doing anything to him does anything to the whole, right? I mean, I will say, I do think they rolled back the anesthesia. That did happen. Maybe they'll go through it later, but for the time being, it seemed like they were like, okay. No, but he's allowed to be where he is, how he is, because the system is played. A system, by the way, didn't care about Brian either. Let's be honest about that. You know, because that man was headed to a meeting when he was murdered, and the investors still had the meeting. That's how it works. They were getting notifications on their phone that Brian was outside, and they were like, ooh, so the minutes. How's next quarter looking? That's why it's not worth it. You know? You put like that much profit over the person, you are also lost in that thing. Right? And I think that's a harrowing thing. I think for CEOs that was like a terrifying moment because it was the first time that they saw that we see them the way they see us. Do you know what I mean? That's gotta be scary. It's for them. Make no mistake, for them, we're not clients, we're not consumers, we're not customers, we're not even users. None of the names that they put in their reports, none of the things that they say to their shareholders, we're numbers. We're an account number. We're this thing. Which is why when we go away, when we disappear, when we die, it doesn't really mean anything to them. Because they never really saw us. Then the response to this shooter, this like overwhelmingly positive response on social. I'm not saying it was everybody, but a lot of people. It was kind of this wake up call that we don't see them as people either, which is that's scary. That's a scary place to be in, you know. When you would see it on the news, and the news described it, let's not mince words. It wasn't murder. It was murder. You know what I mean? And the news would describe it as if it was the singular event in history. This horrific crime that took place in the streets of New York in broad daylight. This harrowing attack. And I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying that the woman in the video with her coffee that got out of the way didn't see that. For someone to get shot and then a bystander be like, "He ain't shooting at me." So then they catch the shooter, right? And when they caught the shooter, I was at a coffee shop. Everyone got a notification on their phone. We weren't all talking to each other. Just you could see everyone was either already on their phone or on their phone. I heard beeps. I heard all the little notification noises. And then in this coffee shop, I'm not kidding, there was a collective, "Oh." Oh, that's the noise you make if the baby hippo Mudang dies. Wow. Oh, yeah, they caught him in a McDonald's. And there was footage of him on the news later in that McDonald's eating a hash brown. When I saw that, I was like, "Why me?" Hash brown. Stop. Hash brown. Which means somebody woke up early to snitch. Barely awake at 9 o'clock. Oh, that must be
bought a bunch of stuff.
you know? And what's even crazier about
And
that
it still
is
made a bunch of
apparently, at
money.
least
Okay.
as of the time I am talking to you, it looks like that
Bought a bunch of
McDonald's
stuff.
worker that called him is not going to get the reward money,
71% satisfaction.
which
Didn't even get to buy my loungers yet.
is not going to get the reward money. And people were looking it up. The person was like, why would I get the reward money? Everything apparently, what they were told and what the internet's like, actually the process of putting the reward
I'm about to buy them.
because there's a
2%.
that has to be
It's not paying attention.
and one body approved the $10,000, but when it got up to like 50, 60, it wasn't approved by both bodies. So then when they turned them in, they may not get anything at all, actually, because there's so much confusion around how much to give them or the full amount. I'm like, that's kind of wild to me, because there was no confusion when they called. They were like, "Nigga, here."
No, then you don't know nothing.
So y'all coming, or that was very straightforward. They needed to check before you came and picked them up. You know, that's why they in my opinion, they did it wrong. You know, if you're gonna call and you're gonna tell people that he's here, don't call the police right away. Get your money up. Call Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call Blue Cross Blue Shield. Like, hey, I know you don't know me, but I think I might have eyes on your phone, and we don't know what he's doing next. So, what are you thinking? 50, 60? I'm just wondering how much he's worth to you. You know what I mean? Because I could make some other calls if you want. I can call a couple different people. About 60 y'all got a real monopoly going on. So, because he might be here, he might not. Hurry up. It looks like he's leaving fast. I always thought it was very straightforward. You know, there's a reward out for a fugitive, and then you turn in the fugitive and you get the reward. That's how it happens in all the westerns. You know what I mean? But then they're like, oh no, actually, the FBI and the local police have to decide on an amount, and then there's an arbitration process and everything. It's just so funny that like this whole thing happened, and then them trying to get their money just sounds like an insurance claim. No. So then they come and they catch the dude, and he has everything with him. He's got his backpack with him, gun in his backpack, 4 fake IDs and everything. And it's kind of wild because so many people, when the attack first happened, thought this dude must be an assassin. How do you get out of New York? This man was in Manhattan. He did a shooting, and now no one knows where to find him in New York. Unbelievable. It's everywhere. The man was on an island. And he got off, and they couldn't find him. He must be a genius. And then you find him at 10:02 in McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, with hash brown crumbs all over his face. And then people went from calling him a genius, like, oh, he's so dumb. He's the dumbest man that's ever lived. Look, I think all this proves is one thing. When you read history, some of these people, because there have been individuals out there saying, you say he's a killer, I say he's a freedom fighter. There are some people that think he's a revolutionary and everything. Let's just say this. This is proof that even when you read a history book, revolutionaries are just sort of figuring it out as they went. You know what I mean? Sure, Che Guevara had his days where he was like, y'all, I don't know. Whatever y'all want to do, I guess. You see the fake IDs, they question them, they bring them in and everything. And his name is Luigi Mangione, or Mangiani, or Mangione. There's so many different ways I've heard his name pronounced that I'm not positive the name he going by wasn't just one of those fake IDs. Like, that's the most cartoonish name I've heard in years. Luigi Mangione. That sounds like making fun of an Italian person. Luigi already wild. He don't even go by Luigi. They put his picture all over the news and everything, and it turns out that he is very good looking. Like, just upsettingly good looking. Almost objectively in a way. It's crazy. everything in its right place, having some good, strong eyebrows with a big smile and everything. And all the pictures, because police captures, they try to put up some, depending on who you are. This usually happens to black people, but it happens to white people once in a while too, where they try to find the craziest picture they can of you. And
$6,000 build one slide. It's at least one prestige.
it was tough work.
Get
More
more decoration
picture
points.
looked good. He would just be with model rockets, looking like a model. Like it was crazy.
Get
They
all the
take his
rest.
shot and the mug shot. Looked like a cologne hanger. Like
You get one of them big twisty slides.
to me,
Put it right
as
there.
a fellow man, I was like, y'all gotta get one bad pick, please.
Welcome.
It's sure. He was doing everything in that mug shot, but biting his lip. Like
30
it was-
bucks. You got 23.
You've seen the mug shot. My man was. Mugshot's supposed to be simple. Mugshot's supposed to be your face and your profile. Your face and your profile. Your height. It's supposed to be very quick and easy. You know? This man was so good looking, they took extra mugshots.
That's some shit.
There's some that are like a little lower than him where he's looking down.
Got points and shit.
There's some up high where he just like you can tell even the mugshot photographer was like, now do it like you're a bad boy. It's hard to get a bad picture of him that they took stills from video. They tried to take stills from video because that usually gets people. You take a still from a video and somebody was blinking weird. Okay, normally people blink with both eyes at the same time. Every once in a while, let's say you mid-yawn or something, or you're chewing one eye like closed before the other eye. And catch me in this moment, I was a little, something going on with me. And as you tell people, I kill a bunch of people, you're like, I can see it. I can see it. That's what it's hiding his secrets. That's why it's closed like that. It's like, this man was being linked to the jailhouse through what looked like a tunnel. And he pushed 5 police through a tunnel and he's screaming. And they took stills from him. Screaming. This man's getting pushed through the tunnel, yelling back at the media, going, just show you right now.
From got a little popcorn, ain't you? Excuse me.
Sexy.
It's legend.
People already first time that we thought they had money got letters. It was insane. It's very aggravating. And then every picture looked good to the point where editors and media consultants and stuff like that were like, stop putting pictures out of him. That's how good he looked. They were like, stop. You watched it. Don't put out another picture. And you could tell that the newspapers were getting activated. These newspapers and these media companies are owned by billionaires. Billionaires who are terrified right now of what's happening. And they see the public lauding this dude as a hero. And they're trying to get at least some of the things literally at pieces. So he did himself, so he took one big photo. But even in this one, you're like, oh. just knew that there was somebody. There was some man who was flipping out going, y'all can't do your job? Y'all can't take one? Follow this man? Everything's being selfish. You can't even make it. I'm just gonna lie, when they caught that dude, I felt everything started to come back up top, like surface level again, where I felt bad for a lot of different people. You know, I did feel bad for Ryan Thompson's kids, because you don't pick who your dad is. To a certain degree, I even felt bad for the shooters. I'm like, you're 26. You have money. Something happened. Something happened. You're smart. You have your whole life ahead of you with all of this opportunity.
Oops.
You disappeared for some time, and now you do. Something happened. You know? But I felt especially bad. Really bad for women. Finally, there was a good-looking, rich, well-read man who has nothing to do with Hollywood, but he does murder songs. I can just see somebody trying to defend them. Women defend their men too hard sometimes. It's just like, he just did one. It was just one murder, okay? He can't even murder a little. Like, you judge me because my man murdered your man cheat. Alright, how about that? A lot of people that happened, it became like surface level real again. It wasn't just this like spy crime mystery. It was like back down to earth with real people. I also feel very bad for anybody else who got shot that day. It's New York. A lot of people get shot in New York every day. Imagine you get shot in New York. You don't think it would be right? That you told me to see your shooter, and then you follow your way over to the police station, and you put in front like, look, that's exactly what he looked like. I had a lot of time to draw it. Can you go look at it? And the police look at you and be like, sorry, this other thing's wrong. Okay, I'm sorry, Dad. You know? Yeah. It's tough. There was even a lot of talk about which CEOs in this whole thing were safe. Do you know what I mean? Because like healthcare CEOs were on high alert, but like I'm not gonna lie, you know, when Starbucks and he did that murder and he hopped on City by
See what my baby just said.
If you're the CEO of Starbucks, you gotta be like, oh, thank goodness. Starbucks does stuff too. Starbucks, they love that labor. They love that. They love that cheap labor. So for you to go to Starbucks before you take out a CEO, I'm not gonna lie, you might as well shop that man with an iPhone. Like, what are you doing? He gets found at McDonald's. I'm sure the CEO of McDonald's is like, oh, it's always good. CEOs were freaking out across the board. Who would have thought? Who would have thought CEOs? Do you know what I mean? Like, let's be clear about something. Don't mistake the different CEOs that commented on this, the ones that stayed scared, the ones that appealed to a different way of doing things while they keep doing everything the same way. Don't mistake their self-preservation for empathy. Right? Because those CEOs, they know not even as if people hated people because they were rich. They hated a system that destroyed people's lives, you know? Because Luigi is rich. Luigi is so rich. You are so rich. His family owns 2 country clubs. Look. Why do you think I came? This dude's family owns 2 country clubs. This is just me outside looking in. I didn't even know you could own a country club. I thought it was owned by the country. I had no idea because usually people put their name on the country club they own. It's not like it's Rick Country Club. Like, that's crazy that Luigi
Like save
went
protocol.
and moved
Save
money.
individual
The
the
CEO,
injector.
and the CEO comes from
Right,
like
please.
companies
Sorry
that have
about that.
more money than Luigi does
Two
personally. And so it became this
podcasts.
whole thing.
Saving lives.
Started
Yeah,
turning on
anyway.
Luigi and then the CEO. It was
Oh,
odd
fuck
because people got too wrapped up in the money. But for me, it's not money specifically. It wasn't about rich and who has more money than who. It was about a system that destroys people's lives, you know? It was about the fact that some jobs make you a monster and there are some jobs you have to be a monster to do. You know what I mean? And so for me, I don't even care that Luigi is rich because the people, right? The people that love that didn't happen, that didn't care that happened, the people that just wanted some taste of revenge for how healthcare and health insurance has destroyed their life. We use healthcare and health insurance interchangeably, but I think you know what I mean. How these insurance companies take the good work of doctors, the good work of nurses, and they make it so that it's inaccessible, you know? I think that the CEOs were scared, but let's be honest, not all CEOs were scared. I'm pretty sure the CEO of Ben and Jerry slept pretty good. Like, nobody was calling for all the CEOs. Nobody wanted to get Ben or Jerry. We were both very happy with those individuals. You also have the year where whistleblowers who tried to stand up to power and a system, not just like one person, right? Because that's why I think a lot of CEOs don't understand, and why a lot of news media didn't understand about how the people feel. Is that there were people who try to do things the right way. They whistle through, hey, this company is doing these things, either putting your life in danger or it's stealing from you. All of a sudden, these people are seeing the year of whistleblowers. To do, and you're telling me you just mysteriously died in the parking lot of this hotel room that nobody knew you were staying at? Come on.
Hi, baby.
We heard.
So you sent stuff I didn't get a chance to.
A whistleblower that blew whistle
Ooh.
on OpenAI was found dead in his apartment.
In the middle.
So yeah, I think that individuals just generally in the world are scared. They're scared of what happens when you stay in power. They're scared of what happens when you try to do what seems like the right thing. You know? And these powerful people step in and we don't know, but it looks pretty obvious.
MRS ma'am, you have received a party invite.
Hey, guard. I definitely did not see it. I'm sorry. Hang on, I'm on my way. Just a second. Just a second. Excuse me. Been hiding away.
They see us, not as people who they should take care of, because We are their customers. We are their consumers.
You up for putting it,
We gave them money
like,
in good faith
doing the
for
thing?
insurance, for our health, and then you deny when I need something. I've been paying all this money. If I had just saved the money and put it aside, I might have enough myself. And now you're
I
standing
just
in the way
remembered
of
my
me
phone's
and my health, and you
basically
don't think
dead.
that there's going to be any
It was on
blowback with
2%
that?
when
You
I
don't think
noticed.
anything's going
It's
to
on
happen
8%.
next? That's wild. We're in a time where you see like Josh Shapiro come up and be like, this guy was not a hero. Let me be clear. Sure, fair enough. I'm with you. All right. But you have to pass legislation. You have to get it through. And don't let a lobbyist sway you. And don't let a lobbyist sway your colleagues. You have to do something then. Because I cannot stress enough how scary it is, how much of inevitability we're heading to.
It probably tastes good like pina colada.
If you look at history alone, all by itself, is a playbook
Yola.
for some people, is a cautionary tale for other people.
Why
I don't know how to answer to what we're
U-L-U or Y-O-L-O?
in history. It's in Versailles.
You
When you read the history of Versailles, you read the history of the French Revolution, it's very apparent that
What is that? Just the ball thing you said? So we can put
whether
that
it's
in whatever.
police, whether it's an army,
I was wondering. I didn't know how
the
to.
power, not the people.
Okay, and it looked like the piggies.
And the only reason that the people
I was
won
wondering,
in the
like,
French
I
Revolution,
wouldn't
in
even
my
know.
opinion,
I'm like,
is
where do you find
because
bubble balls? And then it's like, I want the
armies,
mangoes. Specifically, I don't want
it's
the.
like a Seinfeld episode to reload. Like, say,
I don't know how the strawberry
probably
pulver
get them
would
up out of
taste.
there real quick.
Maybe we'll get some.
Like, I went to Versailles.
You know it'll
I went there, and it is beautiful.
And those dumplings
It's
are
a
yeah.
testament. It's a monument to like what people can accomplish. But it's all one
Yeah,
man's
this
work.
looks like a fun
You know,
list.
it's all for the king.
How long this stuff will
The gardens
last.
are beautiful. Inside is beautiful.
But
The mirrors, the
it looks like a
everything
fun
is
list.
decadent.
Yeah.
It's when I walked in, I was like,
Food
wow,
stuff.
I get how this can happen. I get how you can have everything in the world and you want to make something like this, and it's still not enough. You want to add to it. You want to build more, build better. You see the kings.
Take a wild guess how much you
You see
think
the king's bedroom.
this is gonna
You
cost.
see Marie Antoinette.
Look at the
It's like you
look at
see
this.
so much.
Everything's a lot. That's not a number.
Also, like, oh yeah, I can also
Only
see
two.
how if you were hungry enough and you broke in here and you saw what they did, you would probably grab everybody.
If you're hard to get. Excuse me.
It doesn't make it right. But France was headed towards an inevitability.
It's not that much. That's a lot.
If you get
No,
on TV
it's not that much.
and you say this is wrong, this is absolutely wrong.
No.
Okay, I agree with you. But what are you gonna do
They
now?
falling like that.
What's the plan? Like, politicians cannot afford to do nothing. CEOs cannot afford to do nothing.
I was
And
thinking
the people
around.
cannot
I
afford
was
to do
thinking
nothing.
something.
And if the last part scares you, you might be on
Be
the
about
wrong side
200.
of history, you know? But that's a tough thing too, because now there's a lot of people saying like,
I'm
"Oh,
assuming
you
this
got 'em,
before.
but good luck finding a jury. Good luck finding a jury that wasn't hurt by Brian Thompson.
That's the type of speakers they have in the car.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
One of
Because
those
now, to me, all Luigi has to do is show up in court
That's
and be
why I
like,
can barely
"Yo,
hear now.
I tried
Loud
to call
music.
and tell them I was crazy, but they kept me on hold for so long."
Every 2 seconds. Which say, huh? Huh? Say it again. What? Ain't for shit anymore. Oh,
They
the
kept
music
me
was
on
good
hold
while
for
it
so
lasted.
long. I figured maybe I'll just go talk to them personally.
I think it's like 200. I didn't even notice which things you have the stars. I be looking at it, and then it's like I'm putting stuff in there. It's like the stars and stuff. That's important.
I've been watching a lot of news. Which usually, no, it's not great. Every once in a while, something will happen that you're like, that's okay.
Right,
I'll
okay.
let that slide. It'll be bad
First
news,
of all,
but it's
the
bad
other
news that you
ice
can
cream
like live with, you know?
Great value.
Like there's this one particular
But the
squirrel
same type
that's
of
been attacking
part,
a bunch of
like the
people,
ones
and
I was
it's like really getting them. It's like
That's good. That's very
the
good.
news came. You know how
very good.
much a squirrel has a scratch? You know how deep it
We
has
got
to
an
get
injury,
to
but I
get
fixed it.
News came and interviewed all these
Just
people. So
stars.
far, he's got like 2 victims. Both people like but mostly is bad in a bigger way. Do you know what I mean?
Just
Like,
the
okay,
stars.
this is, I guess what bothers me the most is that it's who they interview as well. When you're watching the news, you're watching a lot of rich people, but they won't have anything to do with what's happening, really. So why are you asking what he thinks? He does have money, yes.
I had to see.
That's weird.
This looks great
The news will be about
and fun.
and they're moving
Now, the
money around.
Dubai
And we've done
chocolate,
a
is
thing
that
now
going to
where
be
we've
the
equated
chocolate by itself, or is it
being
going to
rich
have
with
like
being
nuts and stuff?
important. Well, this is obviously money has power.
Just the
You
green
bring
stuff.
influence, but then at a certain point, you have to just accept that, like, yes, they have money, but they don't know anything else. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Is
I
you
mean that from
available
a
to
place
join
of
a party
like,
at the moment?
we have equated having money with being really
Yeah,
smart.
I can.
You must be really smart with money. Because you must be brilliant if you have lots of money, because it's the only way you can get money.
You see, I've been hiding.
I'm just saying, that's what they teach it. They're like, man, this guy was really smart. He had all the money.
Yeah, I can.
I'm sure he came about it by completely legal and ethical means, but like,
My birthday baby said I can't.
he's probably really smart. We should just listen to him. And
She said
Sorry, not sorry. Try again later. I'm using my mommy.
ways to get money. Some people
said
had an idea,
no.
they invented something, and then a lot of people were like, that's a great idea. We're glad you invented that.
And just a
and then they
bit.
buy so much
I wanted
of
to
it
do
that
some
now
of
it's
this
worth
broadcast stuff.
Or write a book.
I'm gonna order this
You write a
food,
book. You
and then I'm pretty free. But I
I
mean,
have news
semi.
to share about
Don't take my word.
2K27 and
I'm
fiance
semi-free.
been on her
and then
BS.
you put the book out, and
Uh-oh.
then the book is
And-
$20.
Uh-oh.
But then, like, millions of people like it.
Okay.
Which is millions of
Well, we're
20s.
definitely gonna figure that out.
Even after taxes, that's still millions of 20s.
You said, what's that?
So now you're rich. But you don't. You wrote
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a dog or a person or what.
about
Ooh.
anything but the book you
Like,
wrote.
somebody just died? There's some kind of big
But
animal.
somehow, every time we watch them
On
in the
her
news,
grad
we
shit.
watch them in culture, we're like listening to them for an
What's the
opinion
matter?
about the thing that got them rich. Do you know what I mean? And that's something that
seconds.
feels crazier by the
I'm
day.
freaking
Because
crazy.
crazier and crazier people
My
get
foot,
rich.
it still hurts like that, but like it feels way better than
Okay,
feeling.
like a William Randolph purse, right? Like
Not to be like, oh, I'm about to just go run around walking everywhere, whatever.
Remember that? Just
But
the no-color pictures of them rich.
I feel pretty
What
feel
you
pretty
prefer?
confident about if we go somewhere. I didn't do anything to it. It's freaking blood clots and whatnot. I have blood clot in my leg, my arm. It's a bunch. And I never went to the hospital, even from the last time I was supposed to go. And my youngest daughter was like using my leg as some kind of trampoline for a while. She definitely fucked me. Fucked me up. So I haven't been able to actually walk for like a week. I just started walking again like 2 days ago. But now I got it to where it's minimal swelling. I was able to drive yesterday.
So I won't go over the 2K27 stuff through this chat, but fiance did something she wasn't supposed to.
That is not good. I'm highly curious.
Everything, because everyone has
My
access
baby
to
might
almost
beat me.
everything.
She just went out the room. Might be able to sneak a
How you
quick
make your
chat.
money? Did you make your money from inventing something? Did you write a book? Did you start a company and then the company was really successful? So successful you could buy another company, and then now you have like 3 subsidiary companies under you. They're all doing well. Your big company's doing well. You're very successful. You know what to do when it comes to business. That doesn't mean you know anything about, like, I don't know, being But maybe you made your money millions, maybe even a couple
She
billion.
snuck on my phone and found out what desktop PC I was looking at, and turned around and ordered it.
Some funding from people. You bought like a
I thought that was
company,
right.
and this pharmaceutical company didn't really do anything, and none of the
Gosh.
drugs really worked. But you told
She is too
everybody that
adorable.
they did. You told everybody that they did. You told everybody in the
No,
level they
no.
kind of made you like a snake oil
No,
salesman,
no.
like, oh, it's gonna
This is
come
the
out
thing
soon,
now.
and it's gonna fix everything.
You're gonna sit back and you're gonna love it.
Fix everything. That's crazy. Almost nobody ever says
That's
that.
what you're gonna
Pretty
do.
illegal to, like,
It's the only option you have.
something's gonna do something. Then
Sit back and enjoy
for
it.
you to be like doing fraud on the news with your full chest, your company must
That's awesome.
do that so that you get more investors, you get more investors.
And you don't have to spend your fucking money on that. Now you have money for other things.
Public with nothing, really. You don't even really have a company, and the drugs don't work.
That's awesome.
You can either go public and then try to sell the company, or just try to sell the company. If you leave the money you made from the company that somebody else bought, you scam. You were scamming. And some people are very good at scamming. Some people are very smart scammers. Like when you watch the documentary later about their scam.
I also have a new gaming chair that I just finished putting together. It has vibration massage features and it's heated on my BQCK. That asterisk.
I keep saying I get the fucking gaming chair every time I get the money. Some bullshit popping up. Like I can't never have nothing nice. One of these damn days, you'll see me sitting in my little pink and white chair, my little bunny ear headphones on, having a good old time.
But you didn't know who they were.
Long overdue. I keep getting shit for everybody else. I need to get shit for myself.
They pass them a whole bunch of money, and then they shoot.
That's all I do for me. Let's play the game. And I can barely do that.
And then like, oh, okay, you must
buy me something nice.
Just have money. I know her like this.
Treat myself.
They get what we have. You know, like I had a friend who was talking to me about Elon and was saying he's like this like super genius. He's like this super nerd genius. And I was like, oh, what makes you say that? Like what? Like why would you say that or something like it? Like what makes you think? Like what makes you a super genius? I'm just curious, right? I wasn't even hating. I was just genuinely like, what makes you say that? And he's like, you know, like Tesla and everything that he's trying to do with Mars and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, plenty of people try to go to Mars.
Right.
And that's actually pretty hot. I know plenty of people who smoke up on a Friday thinking they can make it. Some of them, some of them have been there. I have been in rooms with people so high out of their mind that you're like, you at least at Venus. There is no way. You stopped it. Okay. So, just trying. And trying is important. Everyone, look, if you have a dream, you should try. I want that for everybody. But trying isn't doing. He's not doing Mars. He's trying to go to Mars. He's trying to go to Mars. Also, Tesla, I'm pretty sure he bought that company, so he's smart enough to buy. He's smart enough to, like, use his money to buy something. I don't know if that makes you a super genius. So you can only equate, like, money with wisdom or being intellectual for so long before the bill sort of comes due. If you're so smart, if the answer is to make more money, then like we don't need you. You know what I mean? And look, I say this. I say this because I was watching. Okay, I was watching the news, and I don't even know why this was the B-roll that the news used, but it was a yacht, and I got mad. And I need to be clear here. I didn't get mad because it was like someone had a yacht and I want a. I don't even. I've joked about wanting a yacht. I don't want a yacht. What would I do with a yacht? Like, what would I even do? You know what I mean? I'm not mad that they had a yacht. I'm mad. I'm mad at the yacht. Do you know what I mean? Look. I don't care if you're rich and then you bought a yacht. I care that the yacht was dumb.
Okay, first of all,
this is a dumb yacht. This was, I think it was like $50 million, something like that, but it's $50 million already. $50 million on a boat. That's like technically not a boat, it's a yacht, but it's a boat. It still does boat. It's boat.
You really don't want this color.
It's a boat. You need to be in water for it to do its job. It's a boat. And it's $50 million. And then the boat had a pool. The yacht had a pool. So you basically spent $50 million on a bucket. It's a bucket. It's a bucket in the water. That's crazy. It's so dumb. That's why you shouldn't have the money. It's not even for like a more. I wish I was coming to you for like a moral reason of like, I can't believe it. I can't believe someone would spend $50 million on a yacht while there are people starving in their country. And I'm not even trying to appeal to like your morality or anything. I'm saying that if you spend $50 million on a boat with a pool in it, you're in the water. You're in the water. Here, you're so fueled by water, and you're like, no, but I don't want that water. That's why you should have nothing. Actually, that's why I hope for nothing for you, because you need a pool. You're in the water. If you fell overboard, you'd be able to swim. You want to swim? Just tip over. You'd be swimming. And instead, you had a pool. On a boat. You had a pool installed on a boat. You had water in your boat with the water surrounded. That is, and I don't want to get up to get the remote level of lazy to swim. Swim and maybe drown, or I could have a pool. I could have a pool and swim in that and maybe drown and maybe and maybe you will. Maybe I hope you do. Like it's a pool on a boat. It sounds like a riddle. Swimming in it. Swimming in it. Swimming in it just to get out and be like, oh, I think I'm gonna go look at the water. A yacht with an infinity pool on it. A yacht with an infinity pool. You know what else is an infinity pool? You know the original infinity pool? You know the first infinity pool? It was a pool so big, people thought there was an edge, and you would fall off. That's how big the true infinity pool was that you're in right now, but you want it your own. And then on the yacht, this thing will be like $50 million. And then they'll give you a little tour of the yacht. I've watched a tour of a yacht before. Sometimes I hate watch things because sometimes I have a lot of like hate in my heart, and you would think the only way to get hate out is with love, but sometimes it is with an overwhelming portion of hate. Like when you actually indulge in the hate, and then you have so much hate that it is spilling out of you, and then you look at all the hate on the floor and you're like, that was too much. Let me not do that again. But for the level of hate that I had, I did watch a whole like
Sneaking you, bitch.
Type thing, let me tour my yacht, right? And so the whole time they were touring the yacht, he was showing me basically an apartment, which is kind of cool, but it's only cool because it's a yacht. If we were on land, you'd be like, oh, you're middle class. Like that's what's so insane about a yacht, is that it's like you get a tour of the yacht, and already there are things that, like, just to be on the yacht make you uncomfortable. So they'll have, like, 3 tiers, right? And they'll be walking around the boat, and you see even the cameraman trying to follow the rich person trying to tour the yacht. There's not enough room between the rail and the side of the first floor apartment for you to really walk. So now he's over here being like, we got this one in 2015. Cameraman's trying not to fall overboard, and then he takes you inside, and he's like, here's the bed. The bed is like, fine. It's a bed. It's a bed. I hate bed. It's not mind-blowing. It's like $50 million worth of bed. It's just a bed with some floor next to it. So far, my mind isn't blown. Nobody's floating. Nobody's like floating in midair and making it look like a experience worth $50 million. And then, you know, they go up to the next level and they're like, oh, we have a kitchen here. And it's like, the kitchen isn't a kitchen. It's like a kitchenette. It's like as someone who has lived in Brooklyn for a long time, this is my apartment. That's also why I'm upset. You put my apartment on a boat and then paid $50 million for it, and we're supposed to think that you're smart. No. No. Why? Like you're giving yourself away. You already are willing to buy a $50 million yacht while there are people struggling in every country in the world. It really doesn't matter where you're from. And I'm not even telling you what to do with your money. I'm just saying, just know that about yourself, that you're willing to buy a $50 million yacht and show it off as people are struggling in your country, whoever you are, whatever country this is. If you know, right? But then to be like, oh no, I'm just gonna be in international waters for like a kitchenette amount of time. Alright, that sounds like crime. That sounds like... You kind of admitted to me that whatever you plan to do something illegal.
I swear.
You're like, no, I'm gonna need
$10,000
and a kitchenette. I don't even know why I got mad about this, but they had a shower, but the shower wasn't like a shower. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, you've been in a nice hotel room with a shower, and you've been like, oh, this is great. The shower was a little like prison. You know what I mean? Like, I've never been to prison, but I've watched some documentaries. And the shower, just like, they were trying to make it sound like it had all these features. They were like, you know, you can get the water pump. There's also a spout that shoots this way, and then you have the one that's like mounted into the wall that just shoots across. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. But in the world of showers, I'm taking my showers in my life, right, every day, and the shower shooting across either screams high school gym or prison. Like, it's the shower shooting across. Just a perpendicular shower is not luxury. Floor to ceiling glass, and glass as the floor, and glass as the so you can look down. So you can look down, and be like, look at all the fish. Look at all the what a mind breaking. Look at all the fish that are passing by. It's like an aquarium. It's like my aquarium. Like, it's the world. It's like my aquarium. It's like, no, you're in the aquarium, you idiot. You're the one. You're like the one that's boxed in. You moron. You're the one that's in the glass. How does that appeal to you? You're the glass. Like, you're the fish. You're the fish. You are the fish. The fish slipped by. Like, what is? Oh wow! I didn't know we got a zoo. I had no idea that we had a zoo. You're the fish. That's crazy. All glass. The fish swimming by, wondering, wow, even the fish are like, this is what you do with $50 million. Okay.
Welcome.
I mean, live your life. I think that's also why I got so mad, is because it's like, you bought this $50 million yacht, and you're not just greedy, you wasted it. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna spend $50 million, impress me. You know, make me go, wow, yeah, that's definitely better than feeding people. Do you know what I mean? It's $50 million. You should be able to get some dope stuff for $50 million and not just have a Brooklyn apartment on water that's shaped like a bucket.
Somebody stay has a fucking pool.
You know what I mean? Just wasted $50 million. Like, I would have done I'll let it go. I'll let it go. I was angry enough about it, and I just needed to let it out. But it's like at $50 million, it's just the land. You could buy acres of land. You could own a forest. You could own a forest and everything in it. You could go up to a forest that you bought with your millions of dollars and walk right up to Bambi and be like, I own you now. Like that's. Could do that, and instead you're like, no, it's nice to almost drown in a boat. That happened one time. There was a guy who had a yacht, in his yacht, and I don't know if he got like heart cramp or something, but he did drown in his pool in his yacht. And I read about that, and I was like, and it's probably not a good response to have. It's not nice at all. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do what I did. But it did, the laugh escaped. It wasn't like, I wasn't reading being like, ooh, I hope I see death. I was just reading, and then it was like, oh, okay. Wow. It's just, it happened, I think, because we became so genuinely obsessed with money. Like, you know, the U.S., America, we start out as a sort of land of opportunity. People would come here for a fresh start. Usually, it was like a fresh start. It wasn't actually like this land. We have like a money-hungry revisionist history of why people came here. There were people that came here because of religious persecution and for like a fresh start. Because you could get off a boat and just tell them your name was Larry, and they'd be like, all right, and then they'd write it down. It was, you know what I mean? Like, you were just, I don't even know if you get that in human history ever again, to just show up and be like, no, I'm Dave. I don't even know who you're. You got, like, murderers. Like, there was a whole theory that, like, Jack the Ripper may have come to the U.S. That's how fresh of a start you could get. People like that, after some of the most horrific crimes known to man, show up at Ellis Island and even say, yeah, I'm Jack. Like, just, you could even tell them that, and they'd be like, all right, good to go. Mr. Rapar? And people would do their best, and people would try to build themselves up in spite of all different types of persecution, because that was a time in America where, like, white wasn't even white yet. That is crazy, right? White was not. If it's Irish, it was like, you're white. You know what I mean? Like, it was... Like, I've been reading about it in history. Italian, it would be Italian, and they'd be like, oh, I don't even know who was white. Looking back at it, it's like, I guess if you were British, but then if you were too British, they were like, I don't think you're loyal to this country. You accent all the way. Just hate. Everybody was hating everybody. Everybody had to build up as best as they could. They came here, especially people who came here with nothing, and then they built themselves up. And look, this is where we really started to go awry, on top of already like having slavery and stuff like that. We started to build a system where, as long as there was someone beneath me, I was like, I'm fine. It started to become more about who's under you than you even doing well for yourself. It's the thing you see echoed today, where there are people who are not doing well, but as long as this person's doing worse, then they're fine. And as you build up, as you have more and more money, as you can pass down more and more money to your kids and everything, as you can one day be so rich that you pass down the money.
I'm not gonna lie, the heating pad in this chair is so comfy.
I believe it.
Like that, like,
Especially on the back.
that kind of turned into what the American dream
My
was.
mom
Like,
always buys those, like,
you know,
massage pads and stuff, and they got the shiatsu settings and all the good stuff. But they always come, the best ones, always the ones with the heating pads.
On boat too.
Nice. I can't even remember. I still don't think I bought it, or I bought it and it's in the library, but I don't think I bought it yet. Everything. I don't even have my damn PlayStation Plus right now.
$100 million. I want $100 million. The type of person that was willing to tell the masses how to get $100 million was not actually telling them that. They were like telling them how to get me $200 million. And I think it doesn't become apparent how crazy that level of wealth is always, because we're used to these people as characters, right? So like you're used to like a Zuckerberg as an idea of a person, because he is an idea of a person. You know what I mean? Like no, look, I'm saying that he is his idea of a person. Like this isn't coming out right. I'm saying that he's doing a perfectly fine first impression of a person. I'm saying, I want you to hear me when I say this. I'm saying that, you know how when your 4-year-old draws you, that's what he's doing as a person. Like he is, as a person, Mark Zuckerberg is being like, hello. That's what people say, right? Hello. And so he has, over $100 billion. And I think we can fathom that money, but we can't. Even when you try to count it, even when people make charts and they're like, guys, a billionaire doesn't even fit on the chart, right? You'll still see someone who is incredibly wealthy, and they only have we know them from being rich, and they only have $500 million. Like that's how crazy it is. It's like they're halfway to 1/100th of where Zuckerberg is. And I think that's why I get so frustrated when I see the news, because it's like you're watching the news and you're watching someone like Zuckerberg be on the news, and you're like, why? What could he possibly have to say that should be on the news? And here we're clearly stations are on sides, networks are on sides, right? But no matter what side, they can't just be like, this should never happen. And that's because we let rich people buy up all the news. So now a rich person owns the news. And so even if a journalist, someone went to school to be a journalist, and someone who would like to tell people the truth as they find it out, they would like to do what they do in France, where in France they're like, this is the news in French. And then they want to do that, but in English for us. And then someone comes up to them right before they go live on air. They're like, oh, don't say it's bad, though. Just say it's happening. You know? And so you see Zuckerberg have this huge data center. Decimate everything around it, and why? Like truly why? I don't think we know. We're watching these people, watching 5 companies basically prop up the S&P 500. S&P 500 is made of, I think, 500 companies. Make no mistake, without those 5 companies, the market would be correcting. It would be wherever it is supposed to be because of how the other companies are doing, which is how most companies are doing, which means it's how most of America is doing. But we've propped it up with these 5 companies. 5 companies have gone all in on AI, and they've gone all in on AI in a way that functionally does not make sense. You look at Sam Altman, another candidate for person. Do you know what I mean? Like Sam Altman only looks confused when you ask him a moral question. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. Look. All right, I shouldn't even really talk about this, but it was wild. I watched Tucker Carlson interview Sam Altman, and Tucker Carlson kind of implied, he was like, hey, there was that OpenAI whistleblower who basically said that y'all were violating copyright law and stealing a bunch of information and everything, and then he died mysteriously. What do you think about that? It's weird to watch Tucker Carlson unleashed on somebody you hate. It's It's like when the bulldog that you've been scared of in your neighborhood your whole life finally bites your bully. You're kind of like, they seem to be canceling each other out right now. I guess if he was gonna bite anybody, it's good that it's him. And you see Sam Altman like play him up. Here's the thing. I'm not saying. Can I be 100% with you all? Can I be really honest with you all? I am not saying at all that Sam Altman had anything to do with that young man's death. I am saying that interview didn't not make it look like it though. Like that. I try my best not to judge people because sometimes I don't even know what I'm gonna react like or do next in a certain scenario, right? And I think too often what we do to people is we say, I know they did this thing because of this thing, right? But all I'm saying is when you watch the interview, here's the thing. If I didn't like someone, right, I would be like, what? What kind of accusation is that? What are you trying to say? Wait. He asks him, and Sam is like, you better start saying words soon.
Oops.
One of two things needs to happen in the next millisecond. Either you need to start saying, profusely that you had nothing to do with this and everything, like you need to really stake your claim that like you had nothing to do with this and you're maybe even very upset by the line of questioning or something. Or if you are a robot, now would be a good time for your face to like open up like Men in Black style and have like a little alien be like, how dare you, right? Like that would be great. Because this, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't get caught cheating. This is asking you about murder, right? No. None of that. Just a lot of, like, it was very sad, and we, actually, no, I just, it's just, I don't even know how to react because I've never been accused. I think Tucker quickly goes, I'm not accusing you of anything. Get out, Tucker, be like, I'm not, hey, Tucker act like he on a roller coaster at his own interview. Whoa, what? What? No, I'm not. That's concerning, right? That's
Spent all my little monies.
And then, look, to be fair, I didn't watch the entire interview. Maybe he came out with a very convincing answer 20 minutes later. But the substantial portion that I watched didn't look great. And I don't know. We have, OpenAI,
Come check me out.
Sora, the ChatGPT. We have these large language models that are basically meant to take us to like the next level, and it doesn't seem like they're doing that. It just doesn't seem that it's taking us to what was promised, right? We were promised almost a higher consciousness. We were promised to be able to do our jobs with ease, and then in backdoor deals, companies were promised that they'd be able to fire all of us. You know what I mean? There were always two simultaneous pitches. One, the pitch to us was like, this is going to improve your life, it's going to make you more efficient, it's going to be faster, it's going to get rid of menial tasks. The pitch to our bosses was like, get out of here, bring lunch. And so far, AI is failing on both those fronts. You know, because we elevated to some new form of consciousness. If anything, AI is giving people psychosis. You know, plenty of people have AI psychosis and becoming like more normal quicker than people are realizing it's happening. And here's a good test of the psychosis, right? If they talk to the AI like a friend, yeah, that's it. That's the. Did they name it? Is it called ChatGPT, but they called it Clarence? Then yes, they're in it now. If you're here, and you're like, don't talk about Jan like that, you need to break loose. I pray for healing in your life, that you can break the psychosis. You know, these large language models, they are imitations of what it would be like to connect with a person. It's not connecting with a person. It's doing an imitation of a person. And it's doing a better imitation of a person than we've seen so far. Even Zuckerberg can't touch the level of imitation of a person. This is why people think they're talking to a friend. And the understanding is that AI is going to destroy the planet. It needs so much energy to make a video of Pikachu pulling a cop over. The actual model, like you look at Sora, right? They just released Sora, and it can do all these things. It can like make Martin Luther King rap or whatever. Like it can do all of these like very weird things that nobody asked for. And apparently, every single one of those things costs OpenAI $5 to make. So like when people are just playing around on the thing and they're just like, look, I made Bob Ross, High Five Gandhi, $5. Right? So they are burning through money. We don't have a sustainable system for the energy, so why keep doing this thing? The theory is that they are doing it because they believe that when they get there, this thing will essentially be some sort of like all-knowing, all-understanding, thinking further, thinking light years ahead of us. It will basically be God, right? And if they could like own God, then they will be like a God, right? Because you'll basically have the company. You'll have the company that tells you every move to make in the market to own other companies, every move to make to protect yourself from other companies that are coming after you. You would be done. You would be, you know what I mean? And that's that's terrifying. This terrifying idea that not only that someone would want that, but that they would barrel towards it at the risk of burning up the planet, of taking up all of the water. Like it's an insatiable need for like power, for control, for influence. And then you watch the news and you see that these same people, these people that don't even know how to act like people, spend millions of dollars on a yacht that is basically a bucket. It's a bucket. It is. That's how you know they don't know anything. This is what you spent the money on? Knucklehead?
snuck in the goddamn park, bitch.
What are you listening to?
That was Josh Johnson that was playing. He's hilarious. Like, absolutely hilarious.
Trump and Mamdani
Watch. Usually I'm playing Sidemen in the background or something on Markiplier. He came on, I was like, yeah, I haven't listened to you in a while. And I just let it play.
This is crazy. Alright. In case you're not familiar with Zoran Mamdani, he is the mayor-elect of New York City. And
I literally just left the fucking lemonade stand, bitch.
he won the Democratic primary,
what?
then he went on to win the mayoral race against not so stiff competition. It wasn't great. But he won and everything, and the entire time leading up the whole campaign, he was campaigned against hard by not just his opponents, but by special interests, by billionaires, and specifically by the president. The president didn't want Biden to win at all. The president was over here tweeting hard. Tweeting like you could tell he was pressing the buttons extra hard. All caps, all the time, wanted to let you know he meant business. Ain't nobody playing with y'all. So he was tweeting, and not tweeting, like not tweet because he got his own thing, he got that true social thing, but like nobody, I don't know anybody who downloaded it, so then everything he tweet on there ends up on Twitter, so he basically still tweeting, but it's just like he has a platform now where he's like the only influencer. Like, I don't know a single other truther, you know what I mean? Like, no one else I know is posting truths but him. And so he's over here talking about he's going to mobilize a national guard, which on Johnny wins, just like really wise, really hateful. Calls himself Democratic Socialist, and Trump was like, no, he's a communist. He's a communist in disguise. So I don't even know what that means. That's it. So I don't know. Okay, I guess. The man said free pre-K, and Trump was like, that must be communism. You know communists, those people that want everybody to eat, yeah. He wants a city-run grocery store or whatever. That sounds like communism. These communists grocery store things. Just saying stuff that, I don't know, just didn't really make sense. And for his part, Zorn only really brought up Trump when asked. He wasn't just one of the people that was campaigning on, like, opposing Trump specifically, you know what I mean? And it's wild that those two are supposed to go be in the same
Garbage
place.
cans everywhere, for every area. Oh, it's nasty bitches.
That's wild. He invited him to the White House. Zoran better than me. I would have been like, nah, it sounds like a setup. I know it's set up when I see one. Nah, I'm good. You're not gonna Fred Hampton me. No way. And look, I get why, like, I really get why he would go, though. You know, he is the mayor of the city with millions of people who need the resources of the federal government, the resources that have been threatened. So I understand going. I'm just saying he's better than me. Much better than me. I've been invited to friends' houses and not gone because I'm like, I don't think they're mad at me. No. I think it's going to be awkward. Be a tense conversation. Just stay home. Yeah. Crazy. Because you got to remember, leading up, It's so funny how we treat political figures, and not just political figures, but even like historical figures, where there's these cutoff points. There are these checkpoints where we forget everything that happened up until the next point in their story. You know. So now that Mamdani won, a lot of the stuff people were saying, they're just not saying anymore, and everyone kind of forgot it. But you rewind like 2 months ago, hysteria. Like real hysteria around the idea of him winning. You know? People are all like, it's so hard about that. Hey. Mayor. You know if he wins as mayor, the whole country is gonna be under Sharia law. I don't think you know what a mayor does. People, this is worrisome. I saw this
100% satisfaction.
It turns out it's true.
Never have I
so
ever
much national
loved that.
attention, and everybody was following the race so closely that Tuesday there were people in other states that went to vote for or against Zoran Mamdani. I can't believe how much of the country is missing a civics class. Like, it's terrifying. The idea is so many people would show up in like Virginia and then vote. I mean, it kind of tricked some people into voting. I'm sure there were some people who weren't even going to go vote, but they were like, I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this terrorist from getting in. And then goes to the polls, doesn't see Zoran's name. They're like, oh, well, while I'm here. Oh, this area around the idea. Because you remember, there were people who said if he wins, immediately New York is going to slip into the ocean or something. There are some people that don't even understand that.
Make that make sense. What the
Aaron
hell?
Adams is still the mayor.
Took a
That's why
poo.
I think politics really sucks for someone who like wants to get in.
Took a
things.
poo in the pool.
So Donnie wins.
That's
and the
nice.
next day, there were people being like, "What are you gonna do about potholes? I already fell in the pothole." He's not the mayor yet. Well, he won, didn't he? That dude's going to the White House to meet with President Trump. I think that we think, because he's been in our faces so long, that we really get, that we really understand Trump. And I don't think we do. I think that Trump is an enigma, and I don't mean that in a deep way. I mean that.
Right. But literally just be like, the fuck?
There's two ways to be like an enigma. You can be an enigma by being like a deep philosophical, like Alan Watts type that's just like looking at a star and just like pontificate for the rest of the night on like what it means to already be dead by the time we see you and be so far away, but it feels like you're in like my peripheral at the same time. But the only way you can be an enigma by just walking into a room and being like, blah, blah. We don't really know why either person does either thing. We just sort of know that's what's happening. And so my guy goes over to the White House and there's a meeting, and like there have been a few people that have met with Trump that I genuinely wish I could have been like an invisible man in the room for. There's been some phone calls he's had. The first time, it was the first time he's on the phone. It's for world leaders in one day. He's calling Mexico, he's calling Australia, and it was the first time that we got a glimpse, because there were leaks of what the conversation was. It was the first time I got a glimpse of what it would be like for him to govern, you know? Because he was on the phone, he was talking about, you know, hey, look, I said, I was talking to the next person, I said, I would like get y'all to build the wall and everything. Just listen, just don't say you won't build it.
Exactly.
I said you gonna pay for it, nobody gonna check the receipts, alright? We just gonna build the wall, just don't say anything. Okay, they ask you about it, be like, ooh, I don't know. Just keep saying you don't know. We're gonna build the wall, it's fine, but just don't build. And sure enough, they leaked that conversation. They leaked the conversation where he's like, I'm trying to like make a deal, but isn't feeling the like hard negotiator it seemed like he's gonna be on the campaign trail. And that's how Startup had a lot of leaks. Because then apparently Trump is all together. It was like, what the hell, man? Chill. And they get in the room. Yeah, you also got to remember, Trump and campaign
Yes.
against them. So it's a little embarrassing to have to invite this dude now. Because you imagine you said all this stuff and then
You ain't even take no shower. You keep on doing the same thing every day.
dang, y'all aren't gonna like this at all. But the closest thing,
Tell me to say yes. You'll never do the stuff I'm telling you to do.
the closest thing to what Trump must feel seeing Donnie in the White House, even though he invited him, after campaigning so hard against him, and then seeing how many people love him and how well he could potentially do. The only thing that's even close to it, in high school, one of our friends got pregnant, right? And she was wondering what she should do, right? And then there was one of our friends that was like, I don't think you're ready to be, you know, a mom. Like, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just saying, like, you're not even passing algebra. Like, I'm just feeling.
Facts. This is not what you need to be doing right
Maybe, just saying. You were asking our opinion, I'm throwing my opinion out there. Maybe, you know, she had the baby, right? And the baby's doing well, she's doing well, and she's still friends with her friend. So now her friend just gotta like hang out with this kid she campaigned against.
He's gonna need another worker.
That's tough.
At least another worker.
You know? And so you would think that Mamdani coming to the White House, meeting with Trump, I don't know if they're gonna get in a room and fight or something. I don't know. Like, you gotta remember, Trump has been on like high alert, been tense for a while. It's been bad. Everybody keep asking about Epstein. I imagine Trump trying to go to McDonald's and order, and they're like, well, what about Epstein? Jeremy, it's a lot. And so he already on edge. This probably is the best time to meet him for the first time. That doesn't crack up. Imagine Trump really trying to treat himself too, like taking himself to McDonald's. And like he's off, like not even being driven. 2 Big Macs and a 6-piece nugget, a large Diet Coke, another large Diet Coke, and an apple pie.
I ain't even look.
Sure, anything.
See the
It's like a McFlurry.
It's everywhere.
Alright, Your order is 48.25. What about Epstein? Like, what did... And I don't know. It seems like he's not having a great year, right? And now you're meeting him as somebody who campaigned against hard. They're in a room together. Nobody knows what's the vibe in the room except the people in it, which I can't imagine. There were too many. And then they left the room. You're thinking, wow, this is it. Trump probably gonna mobilize a national guard and everything. It's bad. And then they get out there and it seemed super friendly. It was genuinely insane. I didn't know how to take it. I've been trying to get people to stop fighting all year and listen to each other. It's two people more directly opposed off the political spectrum do it, and I'm like, this is uncomfortable. I don't know if I like this at all. Deeply upsetting. And then, so I'm sitting there, John standing there. That was a weird dynamic. That was like, that part was uncomfortable. I was like, he's got to stand at the desk, like it's show and tell. Like, but then, they're talking to the press, and it's like more than cordial. It's like he's like really hyping Mamdani up. He's like, he really he beat the odds and everything. I admire him a lot. He's over here doing his thing, a young man, bright future for the city and everything. And watching like what? It would be like feeling. I'm not even saying this is bad. I don't know if I can trust it yet. You gotta forgive me, I'm black in America. But I'm telling you right now, watching that press conference, it felt like y'all are pretty white. You'll understand this. This feels like what I imagine y'all would feel like if you had all your friends come to Thanksgiving, and then just because of the seating, just by accident, your most racist uncle was sat next to your young black friend, right? And so you're expecting, oh no, it's about to be terrible. And then out of nowhere, your most racist uncle just starts talking to your black friend about a tribe called Quest. But you also feel like this. The whole thing is very weird, and I was the only one that was weirded out. Like, I wasn't the only one that was shocked. The media was also shocked. Shocked and seemingly a little upset. Yeah. Because he's over here keeping Mamdani up. And I don't know if they got the first question, but I think they did. The first question, New York Post was like, was trying to ruin the vibe. It's like, Mr. Mamdani, during your campaign, you called the president a despot, a fascist, regret any of those statements? Did meeting him change your mind in any way, or do you still hold those beliefs about the president who's right next to you? You know, like when somebody really trying to stir something up, when somebody's trying to stir something up, and they do that thing with them like, ooh, I wouldn't take that if I was you. Ooh, wow. They said that about my mama. I don't know what I would do if you. Ooh, that's bad. Well, no, you better than me. You better than me, because I'm not scared to slap somebody. I mean, you know, you see those people who really try to stir something up there, asking, what do you say? And he was like, the president and I had many disagreements, but I'm glad that we could have a meeting about things that we agree upon, and it's a future for the city, is to do well for New Yorkers, and I think that we can work together in cooperation. And then you even see Trump. You even see Trump just like looking at him like. Finishes answering the question, and then Trump is like, that's what I've been called a lot worse. I don't even know who asked the next question. I saw another clip with somebody just as upset as New York Post was over here. Newsmax or whatever, I don't know who it was, but they were like, you seem to think that most of the president's tactics were that of a dictator. You actually called him a fascist several times on the campaign trail. Do you still hold those beliefs? And then Trump says nowhere, out of nowhere. So you can just say yes. Like
Trophy. Double shine reached 2-star park prestige. Hashtag cheaters from the park.
you can just say yes.
What about steroids?
You can just say yes. It's like watching a laughing. And then they went through all that just to like hang out with your father. Yeah, crazy. I don't know. That was. I guess you can only have so much energy. You know what I mean? You can only fight so many people. And you also gotta remember that, like, Zoran has a real gift. He has a real gift. He has real charisma. He has just a real presence about him. You know? Deeply charming. Even if you don't like his politics, it's hard to admit that he really energizes people. And that's a special thing, especially now, to be a Democrat that energizes people.
Okay. Somebody will be repeating in the water.
There's not many.
Trash no more. Clear 1,000 trash in the park.
There's not many at all.
That one over there.
There's a
Clean
depressing
water
level.
isn't forever in the park. Has grown and filters can't keep up with the crowds. Now trash accidents, even bladder relief will make pools dirty. To fix it, clear out the garbage and either drain the pool or wait for the filters to slowly do their job.
Sometimes, especially when you see the top brats, you know, like you see like Chuck Schumer
No, don't put me
or
in.
Hakeem Jeffries on
Yes.
TV. You're like, well,
I drew the pool, bitch.
Like Hakeem Jeffries got the vibe of somebody who is like Even when you like low-key trying to do the right thing, Hakeem Jeffries will step up and get in front of you in a way where you're like, oh, don't. Like, you know, like, it would be like if you got bullied at school and then your dad really wanted to do something about it. But you were like, Dad, you little too. Like, you can't. You know what I mean? Your dad's like, no, let me go talk to him. You know, and dad thinks that just because he's dad, it's like that, y'all eye level. That's not gonna work. And you know what? Start swinging. You anemic and everything like. And so I, part of me does get how this could happen because Swan's actually a charming person. You know, he's energized people. And you even saw Trump. Like, I think that there are some conservatives that are gonna love him too. I'm like, whoa, I was happening. It just it low-key feel like they got in that room alone and Zoran slipped Trump a 20. Like it's happening.
Okay. Where's Nala? So Nala said, come here.
It's actually a charismatic person. And Trump is surrounded, especially in this second term, more so than the first. First term, Trump was surrounded by some sycophants and everything, but mostly people who were very, very deeply
Hi, baby.
qualified at board. He started out with a bunch of people who really knew how to do the job, and he fired most of them almost immediately because they were like, "Oh, you can't do that." He was firing people hard. That first time, remember, I don't even know how to say his dude's name right. Rince Priebus, what's his name? Rince, Rice. He fired that dude on a runway. Like, that dude had to walk back from the tarmac. Maybe I'm imagining, but I feel like it was raining. Like it was. And then he had to fire that dude that was the White House press secretary, Sean Spicer. The next time we saw Sean Spicer, he was on Dancing with the Stars. And we were like, oh, you're not even fit. Like, what's it? I don't even know who his partner was, but he was letting her do all the work. He was over here. He'd do that first twirl, and then she'd do 16 spins and come back around to him and everything. And that first time, he was surrounded by people. Rex Tillerson, he had all these people around him who mildly, deeply boring, and then they wouldn't do what he would do in their situation. They're like, no, we have to, and they had like, a little bit of rule of law in there, even though plenty of things were contested as unconstitutional, but there were still people who had a bit of a thicker barrier than I think his agenda and the people around him were expecting, right? And so firing. This time he didn't really have that problem. This time he came in with people fully prepared to do whatever he said, like loyalists, But the problem with citizens, the problem with loyalists, especially loyalists that are like deeply incompetent, is that they do annoy you. Like they do like mom you out. Like it doesn't look like it's that much fun when he gets complimented anymore. Like that first time when everyone would sit around and compliment him, he really looked like he was getting ice cream. Like he was having a great day. This time he's sitting there and then Pam Bondi's like, thank you for being the smartest, most greatest president of all time. And he's like, hey, doesn't feel like she means it. Like, so to have my dice roll,
I'm seeing dirty,
like,
just in case.
That was like, oh, you noticed this.
See, this looks pretty clean. But you see the type of mess that they like to do.
That might be different, you know?
Trusting no one.
That might be way different than Trump. You gotta keep in mind how much Trump is surrounded by people who are charisma sucks. Like they just like even when Trump is like trying to be funny, I'm sure they ruin it. Trump might even try to make a joke, and then they don't know because they're trying to be a loyalist so hard they don't even know he's making a joke. So then they're like, "Do you want us to do that? Do you want us to?" It's not fun at all. It is a funny idea though that maybe. Even for like who Trump is, he would rather hang with this world than like JD Vance. Like it's like the idea that he also like knows the score. Like the idea that he's around JD and it's like this sucks. It's like, is he squinting or is he smiling? It's not. But you gotta remember, first term, that dude, who did he have? What did he have? He had Mike Pence. This man was trying to be president, had Mike Pence at every turn, just around the corner, like one of those kids from The Shining. Just like, anything you need me to do, Mr. President? He was like, even when he would do an interview, you'd be like, oh, this is maybe the most humorless person I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, at least JD is cringe. Like, he's like trying to be funny. You know, sometimes he'll tell a joke and he'll have his own laugh at the end of it, and it's like, yeah, that's not going to trick us into laughing. That's not how jokes work. He was that weird. He tried to tell some weird joke. I think he was talking to the troops or something, and he was like, you know, I asked my staff earlier. I was going over jokes. We were joking, and I asked them if I should do one of the jokes that I just told that we all laughed at. And they were like, "Sir, please don't do that one."
Right.
What was that? That's insane. We're now laughing at a thing we didn't hear. We just hear it in your head. That's what Trump is around. It's just this guy, or go to the past and it's just someone being like, so you want to like pray? Apparently, Mike Press, he prayed around Trump so much. Trump started bringing it up. It's like, you gotta get rid of this guy. Every time we're alone, he tried to pray on me, and it's first one was nice, the next 12 were very upsetting. You know, but prayers aren't bad. It's always nice when somebody's like, "Hey, can I pray for you?" I'm always like, "Yeah." But if they were like, "Can I pray for you?" And I was like, "Yeah," and then they prayed for me, and I was like, "Thank you," and then I saw them 5 minutes later, and they were like, "Can I pray for you?" I'd be like, "What's happening? What do you?"
Right.
Now I feel like you're praying at me. Like,
Right.
now I feel like you prayed something and it didn't work. Are you trying again?
Right.
So then he's with Mamdani, and they have whatever conversation they have. I'm sure we'll find out little pieces of it later, or whatever. Maybe it's out now. I don't know. I watched the press conference, and that was about all I could take. Because I'm not saying. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that cooperation is bad. I'm not saying that building building relationships that benefit people is what politics should be. That's what all the leaders should do. Like, put any general differences aside and make sure that they're at least like serving the people that they were put in place to serve. I'm not saying any form of real cooperation is bad. I'm just saying, like, if this is a Black Mirror episode, I would like to wake up now. Genuinely, I'll be
Older
like,
guests,
oh,
let the
this
staff
is
handle it.
wild.
Vendors can
It's
sell
very
food
sad.
and
Like, I like
drinks.
the ones where it's like
They must be
robbery.
assigned to a stall. Walk up to the stand,
It's like a huge
click
drama,
the name,
something
click
you
its
would sink your
nameplate,
teeth
and
into
choose your
without being
vendor
like,
name.
oh, there is a family to be sad
If
for.
you can't
Yeah.
find their name, probably they're already working elsewhere.
What I
Free them
love
up
is the
first
process.
and then assign.
When the person is sure they're not going to talk,
Just
they'll bring somebody in.
like this part.
And when the person gets brought in, some people really hang tough. Some people, you know, door slams behind them. I've never been to jail, but I hear the doors are heavy. Door slams behind them. They actually get more tough. They sit in the interrogation like, what? I'm not gonna tell you nothing. You want something out of me? You got the wrong one. Okay? And then there's other people, that door slams, and as soon as it slams, they're like, listen, I wasn't there, alright? It was Robert, it was Terry, Robert and Terry, it was their plan anyway. If anything, I'm an innocent bystander. I was just in the car. Y'all know when y'all arrested us, I was in the back seat. That's for a reason. I wasn't even the getaway driver. I thought we were going to McDonald's. Like, just, there are some people who stitch so fast. Can't write it down fast enough. These are like when we got on tape too, but yeah, this is too fast for the shorthands. Imagine you stitch so fast you make a cop go, hold on. Take a breath. Because you never know who it's going to be. There are some people who were, you know, whether it's gang activity, it's mob activity, there are people who are like the run of the litter, and they're the ones that actually hold out. It's like, I'm not telling you anything. I don't even think you have enough on me. Let's play. Let's roll the dice. And then there are people, no matter how tatted up, no matter how affiliated, it might even run in the family. They might be somebody who is third generation, but they don't want to be in prison. They want to be in jail. And so as soon as they have the opportunity, they tell everything.
Just need to get new sweats. These things look so terrible. Terrible.
First then they're ready to talk after.
Hot dogs.
You know what I mean? A couple of years, you know, have enough for your sandwich that you're like, it's really not worth it. Like, nobody coming to visit me. Like,
Welcome to Game.
that's what makes me wonder what must be going through Ghislaine Maxwell's mind. You know what I mean? Look, I'm no legal expert, but I do find it wild that in this supposed cabal, this supposed billionaire ring of predators, that the only one you caught is the one you're ready to make a deal with. I mean, a deal for what? You know what I mean? Exposing more names? Bringing other people down? Probably not. Probably just being bribed to not say the president's name. And look, I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Because you've already seen Trump float the idea of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. We even know from old tapes they thought about pardoning her way back when she got sentenced. You know? And yeah, no, I agree. I'm not a fan of it. She's not here. I'm not a fan. The boo.
I can only hire one more freaking person. If I have somebody doing the tickets, and I'm still running around doing all the stuff I've been doing. food and maintenance.
No, it is genuinely insane what's happening because, you know, Trump floated
Yeah.
apart. He even was asked by the press if he was part of Ghislaine Maxwell, and he goes, about it right now. It's the same thing to say. You got a yes or no question, and you somehow
I don't like how much you try. Too much, man. Bare minimum bullshit.
Test. And got a true false and put maybe. So I don't know, you the teacher, you tell me. It's insane. Already floated apart in front of us. Maybe to gauge our reaction. Maybe if there's not enough outrage, the pardon will go ahead. And then DOJ goes, we have a conversation, Ghislaine Maxwell. And already, I think it was today, just today, she's been moved from the prison she was in to a minimum security facility somewhere else. Thought we covered this. I too hope she can feel your booze. And I hope booze work like laxatives, you know. Hey, Maxwell just sitting in jail right now. You know, booze don't travel that fast, and so comes in waves out of nowhere. She having a conversation. Oh yeah, Trump and Epstein were there too.
Just seeing if them birds came and pooped all over the place again. I don't think so, but I've still gotta check.
You know, you see this sort of thing happening, it feels insane. It feels insane to watch in real time. This is the only person, the one person that got caught, the one person that's being held accountable. And everybody's so obsessed with, like, the list being on the list that they forget that there were few people that deserve justice. And the idea that the only person that we've so far got might go free is unacceptable, you know? Because you see Trump floating, pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, and I can't imagine what it must be like to be a Trump aide. Like your nose must bleed every day. Again, I'm thinking of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. It's like, what? Just shoot you off the premise. If anything, I think I am a little bit trying to figure out how to put this. I feel sorry for my friends who didn't see it coming, because they still believed in like the system, and they still believed in like laws, and they believed that jail existed for like a reason, you know. And I am I'm black, so I saw a good portion of this coming. It's like, anyone who's genuinely shocked that Ghislaine Maxwell might get a pardon and that she's already been moved to minimum security prison after being convicted, but then talking to the DOJ under like new lying. Anyone who's surprised by that has never watched the first 48 before. And they think that people aren't going to see through it. You know, this is a lot like when you were in school, you didn't do your homework, but you remembered there was homework, right as the teacher says, pass up the homework. And so you fight, you've never worked a pencil harder, you fight to get words on a page. It doesn't even make sense what you're saying. It's you going over the whole scarlet letter as fast as you can, and then you pass it up. The teacher collects all the papers, and you think, maybe I got away with it. All we had to do was 300 words, summarize the last chapter of Scarlet Letter. Felt like 300, might have been 290. Says to read while the teacher reads the part. The teacher says your name. So you to the food, like, okay, don't panic. Maybe I did a good job so fast, she's impressed. That's a possibility. Then you walk up to the front. The teacher's like, did you do this just now? And you don't know what to do. You're caught. She caught you. But there's another part that's like, maybe it's like God. She'll believe what? Just now. No, I did this at home. She's like, you sure? She's on to me. Yes, I did this at home. She was like, oh, okay, great. That's good news. I was worried that you did it just now, which means you wouldn't have your math homework. And then you remembered that this has been math class the entire time. It feels like what Trump is going through. Smart, he would have done all this stuff a long time ago when it could have maybe still been believable. But now, everybody sees through it. Oh, it's crazy. It's so crazy. And on top of that, this is already insane enough. Already, there are so many topics. Donald Trump, Marty Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, that even pardon just feels like it would be happening in our faces, right? There's no misunderstanding about the conflict of interest. There's no misunderstanding about what her role is if she does testify in front of Congress or whoever. And there's no misunderstanding about what the quid pro quo is between the two of them. You know what I mean?
It's my part. You can get the fuck on.
Pardoning Diddy. It's like,
you want lemonade? I got lemonade.
in jail. I was sweating about everybody who's about to be out of jail. This is insane. Already, the public, especially by the media, somewhat, somewhat potentially unintentional, but the media did a disservice to the public when it came to Diddy's trial, because there's a lot that we know of. There's a lot that we know that he did, that he's alleged to have done, and I think that the state put forward a remarkably bad case to try to lock Diddy up, because I think from the public's view, they see the trial and you see it through the lens that the media is selling. The media wants you to keep watching, wants you to tune in every day, and so they make it look like he's about to do 10,000 years, right? They really hype this thing up. They never really mention that all the while the trial is going on, Pieces are getting dropped. Left and right, charges are getting dropped. There's things that the state is focusing on. There's things that the state is dropping. There's things that we understand that Diddy is at least allegedly done from all the documentaries that came out. You would think that Diddy was 16 OJs the way that he had documentaries coming out about him every month. Everything Diddy ever did to anybody, they got their own documentary on TV, on HBO, on Hulu. Oh, he hung me out the window. Like just non-stop stories, right? But it's important to remember who he's being charged with, who he's on trial for. So then things would even come up during the trial. Things that are illegal, that they were just talking about plainly, all to get to things actually being charged with. So as bad as his voice sounds, and as many things that are going on, you have to remember these are not the things he's being charged with. And I think that media got carried away. I think the news got carried away because they finally had something juicy, something big, something that they knew was going to last for days, weeks, months, that wasn't the same old stuff. So they had a bunch of intrigue in it. Apparently there's all these tapes. Apparently he has all this blackmail, all of Hollywood. There's all these things that were supposed to be coming out during the trial. And then the state supposedly makes their case. They read out the verdict. Everyone is sure that this man is about to do 10 million years. First one, not guilty. They start reading them. There's 5 charges. 3 not guilty. The 3 that carry the most weight. The 3 that have like a minimum 15, 20 years. You know? And then there's 2 misdemeanors. Those 2 misdemeanors he is found guilty of. The people are perplexed. Why is he found guilty of these things that are at least tangentially related to the other charges that he hasn't been found guilty for? What's happening, right? And those charges, things that he was convicted of, they don't carry some mandatory minimum. You know, he can get time served. He can get up to 10 years. He can still do 20 years. But it's not likely that he'll do 20 years because that is the most extreme of cases where you give people the maximum. And I even rewatched a little bit of the verdict and just thought to myself, look at time served. Why would you bother pardoning him? Like he might already be walking out of jail that day. Must be hard medication because they already tried to visit this time and everything after everything she knows, the pictures that y'all are in together, all the pictures that you're 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 in together, the other pictures that you're in together, pictures that you're in together, all the pictures that you're in together, plus, she did have 19 phone numbers for you. That's not a good look either. And then Trump says, I see what you're saying. I understand. All right. We do this. We're going to run a little interference. We're going to run a little distraction. Okay? And we're also going to pardon Sean Diddy Combs at the same time. You must be fighting demons. Yeah, man, look, everyone, whether it's Kellyanne Conway, it's Sean Spicer, anyone who has had to represent the Trump administration, go out to the press and answer questions. Look, I understand they chose that job. I understand that they chose to be there. But to a degree, you do have to to wonder what the conversation is like before they go
Put that
out.
in the pool.
When they get handed a binder, and at the last second, one aide says, Eagle Heart Diddy.
Enough. Some stuff is dirty. Good for service. He's only one person, right? I think I did pretty good.
No matter who it was, whether it was Sarah
And I was
Huckabee
keeping the bad guys up.
anyone who has represented the administration on the news or in the press room or anything like that, there's at least been 1 or 2 days where they had 1,000-yard stare because they were like, how am I gonna pull this together?
Welcome to Game
And now, during Diddy's trial, things that made you think, of course, this jury is gonna find this man guilty. They've heard, but you gotta remember, the things he was on trial for and things they heard didn't always line up. There was one day of testimony that truly blew me away in that case, and that's hard to say because plenty of those days were rough to listen to. But there is one day in particular that has stuck with me. It's the day that Kid Cudi testified. Now, famously, still somehow allegedly, Diddy supposedly blew up Kid Cudi's car. You're bringing the man who has his car blown up to testify. You would think that that'd be one of the charges.
No. Well, no, we're not here for that.
I've never blown up a car in my life. But if I was brought to court to sit and hear testimony of my crimes, I would imagine the car blowing up would be one of them listed. Anyway, they bring in Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi's testifying about the time he dated Cassie, things that happened between him and Diddy, and then he describes a day that is truly harrowing. Kid Cudi was testifying that while he was actually, I believe, spending some time with Cassie, that Diddy, here's what the relationship is very upset about it, and Diddy went to and broke into Kid Cudi's house, right? So already, Diddy in your home, that's terrifying. Diddy in your home is the devil's version of Elf on the Shelf.
Yeah.
You don't know what he gonna do. You don't know where he gonna be. So Diddy was in his home. Now, I'm a little fuzzy on this part, but apparently, I believe at least, that it was Diddy's assistant that called Kid Cudi to let him know, hey, okay, how do I tell you this? There's no good way,
Diddy blew up here. Yep.
he is all up in your house. I mean, I drove. He's like right there. It's like,
Yep.
I went over to your house. And so he's in your house. I'm not out outside.
Mm.
He told me to wait here. I don't know what he gonna do. And so, Kid Cudi rushes home. And not only is he rushing home, he actually, this is at least as I understand it, must have Diddy's number because they had a conversation. And he was like, yo, you're in my house. It's my house. Bass in voice, ready to beat somebody down. You're in my house. Apparently, Diddy. Yeah. Kid Cudi better than me. If it was me, I wouldn't have a home anymore. If it was me, I'd be
They
like,
blow that nigga up
you
inside.
better than-
Yeah.
Is
Right.
Apparently, according to testimony, was like, I'm headed there right now, like ready to really beat this dude down, right? And then he said,
Right. What the fuck are you waiting for? Wow.
I wasn't in court. I had to read all this. I haven't read a novel by Stephen King scarier than what I read between the two of them. Kid Cudi gets home. That's great for me. Assume he's already playing to the mom somewhere.
Right.
Kid Cudi walks in the house. Damage. He's there. He Kid Cudi's dog trunk. Opened all his Christmas presents and left.
Absolutely insane.
Pure evil.
Absolutely insane.
So insane.
Didn't take shit, just opened them and left.
All at once, one of the most menacing figures that hip hop has ever seen, and a third-grade bully. He's scared to hold the same space in the same house. This is so particularly
Mm-hmm. It's not funny, but it's funny. That part.
yourself in the dog's house.
That part.
Dog. Oh. You're at home. Chilling. As you should be. And then the dog opens. Oh, Papa.
Mm-hmm.
It's that you love. It's on Diddy Combs. I don't know what type of dog that he has. I don't know if it's a Scooby-Doo type dog, but I imagine any dog would be like, really?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Can you get what? I can't hear you. Said bread?
I guess that's
Sure.
the best possible outcome.
Sure.
Wow, okay, cool. Thought something way worse was gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wow, that's great. From what I've heard about you, the best. Man, I don't know what's in here, but it's better than whatever you're about to do.
What? Why not? You was running through here like you was crazy. Your sister did that. Your sister closed it.
They're over there like, is he still in the home? No. Hopefully, That would make this whole thing a bit more serious. Right now, he's left it hilarious.
What?
Which is a sick thing to do. No, it's truly insane. Raft. I can't leave this alone until y'all recognize how dirty this is. Shit. Lots of people here celebrate Christmas. Lots of people exchange Christmas gifts. Imagine if you came home and there just wasn't paper. And now everybody in the family either like happy or disappointed, or like, oh, you got me the Theragun that we're like a couple months out, so can I have it now, I guess? Truly an evil man. And Trump is floating. And he did it. Even before, this was odd, even before this Epstein stuff popped up, Trump had floated the idea of pardoning Diddy mid-trial. And I was like, I didn't know they went together like that. That's weird. Imagine being a white man in your 80s and your favorite rapper is Diddy. No Raekwon, no Rakim, no Run DMC, Diddy. Okay. And even then he had floated the idea of pardoning Diddy. And who knows, maybe something happened. Maybe some money exchanged hands. Maybe somebody said something to somebody and started it in motion and everything. But I can tell you this, justice system aside, the only person working hard to make sure that Diddy doesn't get pardoned, it isn't. It's not like the DA, the prosecutor, anything like that. The person working their hardest to make sure that Diddy does not get a pardon, that he doesn't get released back into society is 50 cents.
Huh?
50 Cent was so excited when Diddy was arrested. There's a video. You can watch the video. It's about 8 seconds long, but it's very, very funny. And it is 50 Cent laughing in the car when I guess he heard the news that Diddy had been arrested. And this man is chuckling, the joy. The joy on this man's face. And then he's chuckling to himself. He goes, Christmas in James. I've never hated anybody that much. It's so good. It's Christmas in James. He was laughing hard. He was laughing the way that sitcoms used to make people laugh. Like, just, Christmas in jail. And so, when 50 Cent heard that Donald Trump was floating pardon for Diddy, he went to work. He did what he does best. He trolled. 50 Cent just started posting everything bad that Diddy ever said about Donald Trump and tagging Donald Trump. This man, is this your friend?
It's pretty popular.
would do that if I was you, Mr. President. You won't believe what he said about you. No. No. No, Donald Trump, this is not one of your African Americans, okay? It's been tough. I've been trying to find, like, really, whether I'm reading or I'm watching, I've been trying to find pretty much any news story that isn't about Trump and Epstein. Yeah. And I came across one that genuinely shocked me. In Florida, they
what I've been through, not like me.
in Florida, Tallahassee police arrested Chuck E. Cheese at Chuck E. Cheese.
It's crazy.
Apparently, Chucky had done some wire fraud. And so the Tallahassee police showed up to the Chuck E. Cheese, and they were ready to take him in. All right, cuffs already out. And they arrested Chucky mid-birthday party. They arrested Chucky. Those poor kids. Imagine. Picture, if you will. He is 6 years old. You're having a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese because the economy is not doing great. Turns out that the time you're enjoying it, you're like, cheese pizza. That's what they say. Delicious, yum, right? On a good face, you jump into the ball pit. The ball pit that is not nearly deep enough. The ball pit that is full of children under the balls because every kid thought it was the funniest thing in the world to pop up out of the balls, but that meant that the ball pit was actually a hard surface because it's made of bodies. You jump into the ball pit, doing like a big old face plant thinking you're gonna slide down into the balls, and you just bang heads with another child. You get out of the ball pit concussed. He offers you a flat Diet Coke.
Cut it out.
Look, it's a hierarchy to students, mascots. Now, the most athletic are going to go to teams. You ever been to a sports game and you see their mascots stretching forward. They doing wild moves like,
Yeah, if you hear it on. If you hear it on, then she is. Turn on a show for her.
Just doing goofy. They're really doing goofy together. Yeah. Chucky.
Gotta wait.
Like costumes, mascots go. Chucky doing a lot of the same. This Chucky. Qualifications to be Chucky and Chuck E. Cheese are a lot like qualifications to work in a
took me forever. Nobody else. Nothing but no damn push stick.
Yeah, you can swing back after they hit you the first time. They gotta let them first hit it. If you hit first, it's assault, alright? They go fire. If they put hands on you first, then hey, you gotta get it how you live and go ahead and swing on it. So imagine your surprise when at your 6-year birthday party. You're celebrating 6 years on this planet, and it hasn't been a great 6. You're a little too young to like remember COVID, but you know mom and dad are weird. You sit with your friends. Chucky's doing his thing, trying to like find the beat. And you're like, I think you want something. See police walk in. And they come Chucky right there in front of you. It's like frogs. Wait, you know where he works. He wouldn't want to get away. We got a suffer right now in front of the children. Traumatize them. Now, justice, real quick. Kids just run. Over. You know that? Okay, alright. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's funny because it's like I can see the kids feel like, what do you do? There's a certain way you can cry when you're 6 that you never cry again. Like this, like honestly, a 6-year-old will drop an ice cream and they're like, just mixing Disney voices. First one I have your phone. Kids out here vouch for they was here all the time. Did you know that? You know, like when a kid crying long enough, they start coughing. When a kid get real upset and they full of pizza. To Chuck E. Cheese, they weren't walking you slow just to embarrass you. They just got out of the costume too, because you know you can't walk fast and also you still have to be gone and everything. So outside, slam him up against that car. And shut me down. Why do you need to shut me down? That was a while ago. Chucky had like a full-on club. Like this is. I don't care where he is. He could be at Chuck E. Cheese. He could be at the streets. He could be that thing. The thing that I think would have been probably the toughest for the police, because I personally haven't read about this. I didn't see videos. So I don't know what's happening. But it would be hard. It'd be very difficult to, you know, open up that car door. And when they walked him out, they did it in full costume. Like the head was still on.
Yes.
That's crazy. This is a personal vendetta now that you have with Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Where's the one you was using for the oatmeal? Where's the one you was using for the oatmeal?
In Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, man, if they take the head off, man, I'm sure the kids would have been more upset.
What happened with it? Spilled it all on your clothes. You don't have to wash them. Did it get anywhere else?
Full video that I saw.
You just don't have to wash them.
I've read.
It'll come out of there. Go ahead. So I keep telling you, stop wearing your stuff inside.
Put your hand on the back of Chucky's head and get him in the car without it looking like police brutality. Because it's not going to fit. The hand is too big. So now you don't have to watch your head.
She said.
They have the glass like he's like, no, I'm trying to get the hand in.
Yeah.
He can't even feel it like that. No, leave that. Everybody start recording. They doing the Chucky, y'all. Station. Imagine if you got arrested that day. For possession of illicit substances, you know, it could be anything. It could be acid, it could be shrooms, it could be anything. And you got arrested for possession. You're not a dealer. They caught you doing essentially a victimless crime, trying to enjoy yourself, enjoy your Saturday. Maybe you don't have your life together. Maybe you're not invited to your birthday party. You get arrested, you're sitting downtown, waiting to be processed, and then I know I got a right to remain silent. I know this may hurt me in court. But did a giant mouse just walk through here fully arrested? Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was still very high from drugs. legs aren't even functional. I don't know if they feet or hands, but they've got mug shot too. Those mug shots are cold. They're just like, ready, face me. They gotta sit in holding. Imagine. All you did was get a little drunk. Maybe get into a fight at a bar. You sitting in the drunk tank, and the only other is Chucky a person? Nobody else in there but you and Chuck E. Cheese. And whether it's jail or a birthday, they never really gave, at least that I know of, Chucky a voice. Chucky was always saying, every birthday party I had, Chuck E. Cheese, Chucky was silent.
Yeah, I did all the damn job, bitch. I was sleeping something.
Imagine you're sitting there with Chuck E. Cheese in jail. You're wondering how your life took this turn. You look over at Chucky. And Chucky, man, Chucky, like, you know, I thought I had to have that wire fraud on lock. I'm wondering who snitched. I'm wondering what went wrong. You look over at Chucky, and Chucky's like, what you looking at, dog? All you see is you must step. Yeah, I'm just saying that in this like kangaroo circus court and justice system, it's playing in our face, playing with really dangerous people, people who have done terrible things. You're gonna pardon Blaine Maxwell. You're gonna pardon at least. Yo, free Chucky, all right? Denver, y'all, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There we go. Nice.
It's Josh Johnson in green. I've been traveling a bunch. I remember like maybe 2 trips ago to North Carolina. I stayed in this old house, which is really was one of those like Airbnb type things, but it wasn't through Airbnb. I was staying at someone's house, and they were there. I was in their
I'm
spare
gonna
room.
get this first, and then I'm gonna get.
Man, this house was old. It was old to the point where you like
Waterpark and other things.
This place has a history.
You're digging the butt.
Anytime I don't see doorknobs, anytime I see like wooden pegs and stuff, I'm like, yeah, something bad happened here. I might be the first person to sleep upstairs. This is terrible. But still, it was a place to stay, and so I'm staying there and everything, and they gave me a little tour, told me a little bit of the history. So,
This
and
was
when I'm in a place like that, people talk about like ghosts and stuff. And here's the thing. I believe in ghosts as much as the average black person. But what I mean by that is that sometimes you're watching a show. You're watching a show, and then somebody's going on about ghosts, and I'm like, they didn't see a ghost. You know what I mean? Like, you can just tell from their attitude on the show. I'm like, no, they didn't see a ghost. But if you tell me there's a ghost in here, like, everything everybody says, I'm also not going to play with it. It's like, I am the reasonable amount of superstitious. Just superstitious enough to keep myself safe, Like, I don't believe in everything, but, like, also I'm not going to play with it. Here's my thing. I got plenty of white friends. The white friends love to tell you about a ghost like they're telling you about a puppy. Like, well, 200 years ago. And so then, I'm over here later taking a shower, right? And I do things sometimes. I think about moments where if you're in a horror movie scenario, there is a part of you internally reacting to the horror movie you're in. It's almost like that little voice that you have in the back of your head that is watching the horror movie you're in, that has a little bit more sense than you're expressing. So even as I'm in this and against my wishes, my hosts had to run errands. They've left the house, I'm in the house alone, and I gotta take a shower, right? In my head, I'm like, look, it'll be fine. Just taking a shower in the place. I've already stayed here, most of the day. Nothing weird has happened. Take a shower, right? Now, I have in my head the version of myself watching the movie. It's like, don't get in the shower! Get in the shower! And I get in the shower. Old pipes, everything groaning in terms of like, I don't trust. I have to take a shower, but I don't trust any water that doesn't show up immediately. I turned it. It's been turned. And now you're... Sometimes you don't get to complain. Turn up. Then the water comes out. That doesn't feel clean. To me, maybe I'm wrong, I'm a plumber, but to me, water on delay always seems dirty. I'm like, where that you could have shown up immediately? This is so nasty. The turn, and I get it, revolutions. Twist it like a quarter just to, test the water pressure or get the temp or anything. I turned it fully on, and nothing was happening. The water... late. It's very distressing. And so,
here are 3 things that I wish I knew sooner about driving Uber. The first is you don't have to have a car. Uber has a vehicle marketplace and a portable rental lot.
tub. So come out the
It's
shower.
cool. It's cool.
Chill. Which is crazy. Isn't the water already up here? Did you get lost? I turn and pull the thing up so I can come out of the shower. And then I hear,
Gotta go to school.
and then the water starts coming out. I didn't like the sound of it. It kicks. What you choking on in there? You know what I mean? The water's supposed to listen to me. And so then I get in the shower. These are one of those things where there's a hydrant hole, right? But there's no order. You know what I mean? There's no organization. This is chaos. This is chaos we're living in because this thing, you turn it an eighth of an inch. You turn an eighth of an inch towards the eighth. It looked like an H. It was faded. You turn an eighth of an inch towards the H, and you will see. You will see some of the hottest. In the Bible, they talk about fire and brimstone. And far be it from me to give any edits, but I feel like a more accurate description would be fire, brimstone, and whatever is coming out of this shower right now. I felt it for half a second. And I didn't even have time to react to how hot it was. I just knew that I was burning. And so then I turned it, and once again, I'm used to showers. I've been showering my whole life. Alright? You're not gonna get me, okay? Because that's what these showers do. You turn it an eighth of an inch, and then out of reaction, you turn it the whole way, and then you freeze. Right? I was like, alright, this is clearly too hot. I have very little time, and this also what happened because it's the response time. I don't know if this is such an old house that they just have somebody choosing the water temperature. Because I turned it the eighth of an inch, right? And it didn't get hot right away, so I took a step back. So I'm over here just letting it hit my feet. And then I feel my feet catch on fire. And so now I'm dancing in the tub. That's me to kill yourself. I am over here trying not to get hit by the water in the tub, and I know I only have a split second. I shoot my hand down. I know you're probably wondering why didn't you just get out of the shower, come around underneath the water? You don't think like that in moments like this. Good for you. You've been through a lot more than I have, and so you come to these situations prepared, but I'm not expecting to be attacked in the shower. And so then I shoot my arm and just turn it that little bit, turned it a quarter of an inch cold. You know, quarter of an inch cancels out that eighth inch hot, takes me back to where I was, which is like warm but not warm enough, and then
Walked
maybe
away
it's
half a
this,
second
it's
too
4
quick.
inches this way. Then
Could serve real.
maybe 4 inch the other way. Maybe they'll get me back where I was, like 1/16 maybe. Turn 4 inch. The way the icicles that shot against my body, I always sacrifice my right arm in the hot water. So now I'm freezing, and At this point, I did just get out and try to adjust. Make the water go in. Finally get it bit shower. They got. I appreciate them hosting me, but they had weird soap. Yeah, you know, they're those friends that make everything. So they made their own soap, and I was like, all right, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it sounds enough, but it's also like, I don't know, why is it shaped like that? Yeah, like, carve it into a rectangle or something. Just like a collection of rocks, all glued together. So then it's not even like, even as you're rubbing against your hands, you're like, this soap a little sharp. And so then it suds up, washed up and everything, and then I start to hear these noises. And this is too freaky of a house. Genuinely, I like hated this house, because not only should I probably hate this house, but every step creaking. Everything's just the floorboards need replacing. You open or close a door. Sir, get history of everything we don't WD-40 has been invented. Listen, y'all have to live like this. See how y'all sleep. And so then, the shower start hearing these noises, and it genuinely starts freaking me out. Because then I'm like, could it be? If there was ever going to be a ghost, it's here. Like it is at this place. And so even as I'm showering, I'm like, there's probably not a ghost, but in the back of my head, like, there's a ghost! There's a ghost! I'd be lying if I didn't say, oh, man, this is so dumb, but I would open the curtain real quick. There are a couple times I just open the curtain real quick.
Let's see. Said graffiti.
I finally hear something from the room I'm staying in. That sounds like falling. It sounds like books falling or something like that. It's too like loud and unorganized of a noise for it to not be something in there. And this is bad. This is the part of the work we do normally see. So now I hate myself that's watching me. It's like, I told you, did I tell you not to get in the shower? Especially as a man, you never want to be scared and wet. Like scared and wet at the same time. Only people allowed to be scared and wet are firefighters.
Right.
All the way in the shower, still suds, everything I hear.
We're paying you, but I'm doing all the work, so if I have to fire you and hire me, oh no, you stay. You be alright. You be alright.
Certified non-smoking, free toxic dyes, fresh chemicals, $10
So I just have my go ahead, shut the shower off, dry up, and whatever it is, whatever is in that room, face it head on. Man, right? I'm gonna face it head on because also there's no other room for me to go to. I literally have to. I'm sure they have to exit the bathroom from the room back in, and so dry off a little bit. The whole time I'm still hearing like clunky sounds in there, just stuff moving, like stuff, just sound of stuff like dragging. So even as I'm He was trying off, getting himself ready. You want to prepare yourself so much. I forgot to bring my clothes in the bathroom with me. So I'm thinking in my head, look,
Okay,
if it's
that's cool.
if it's a person, I have a chance. Because a naked man is also a threat. I don't care where you are. You run in, you own that room. They could be all over us. You're in the all over us. Everybody in the secret service like, and so go ahead, put myself off, wrap a towel around my waist and everything. I grabbed the metal. They didn't have a doorknob. I grabbed the metal little latch. Take a deep breath. I unlatch, I run out. Nothing. There's nothing in there except a very fat cat. This is one of the bigger cats I've seen. This cat was thick. This cat been living good. This is a very big cat. This is one of those cats that didn't even look like he wanted to be big. You know, like, cat just look exhausted. Look like he been eating all day. Eating ghosts. This cat truly was the biggest cat I've ever seen. Can't look at it.
Hi, baby.
Get out of here. You gotta go. You scared me and everything. They didn't even tell me they had a cat.
Yeah,
And honestly, when you
love it.
when you expect to see nothing and
so
you see a
cute.
huge cat,
Did you take pictures?
you aren't sure what it is right away. When I got the cat,
Absolutely
when I
perfect.
opened that door,
Take
and saw
some
that cat.
pictures before
The cat was so rude.
anything.
The cat was on his back.
He's so cute.
Not a head, top of the back, legs open.
It's like, I know what you mean. That's how mine
Cat
be
laying
looking.
there like a drunk.
Then eventually I start just doing one. But no, I can see all of the colors. It reminds me of Egyptian.
Cat leaves the room. I get dressed and everything. Later on, we're having dinner. And I just told them, I was like, hey, y'all got to chill with the ghost stories and stuff. They were about to tell another one. I was like, yes, stop. Come on. Come on. And then I told them about what happened. I was like, I'm over here paranoid. That stuff, like, it stresses me out. I don't end up having good sleep and everything. It's like, they don't tell me stuff like that. I was trying to take a shower. It scares me out to this. And they were like, stop playing.
56. Yeah, I guess that's enough. Who are you rushing? It's brown. Your dress. My dress is yellow. Your dress. What color is your dress? No, my dress is your dress. No. Nope. Nope. You're playing everything but your dress. Yeah. I can figure out what's pretty. Both of y'all are insane. Oh. Why you had to bring the mean out of her? You had to bring the mean out of her. Why you hit me? You. Oh, they trying to take money to renew this too.
Oh, bro,
Stop. No, it's not.
but when I lived
Hell. Yeah, you can have it. Oh no. You want me to take it back? Oh, take it back. You almost did it. You whispered back. Oh.
oh my god, I'm so weird about that.
Oh wait, did he send me go? Talk about timing. Well, I will use this for Walmart thing. I would like to turn on Lexus. And I would like to renew my why did I just taste like pretend butter? Different. Oh, excuse you. Maybe not a mini monkey. Build inflatable vending machines 3. And I did. Build a tree. Good. What's outside? Okay, so now this is. I thought you was gonna do this. It was all late. Reese's a bully.
Control. From the movie Trolls, of course. Pick me up.
Y'all ain't gonna stand here yelling at me. Oh. Are Are you picking up your sister?
Get off me. Oh no.
Yep, yep. I think she won. Girl, stop the madness. Y'all are insane. Where'd she go? I'm sure used to go. Other blocks. Yes, yes, yes. Papers. I lost in the sauce. Yeah. Nothing in the list here. Let's start. Wait, wait, wait. How much did that come up to that I just put on? Take a screenshot. We already started putting stuff.
Welcome to Game.
Purple sugar. Sure, sugar? So with sugar.
Welcome to Game.
I think I should. I end up out $1,000. I need to know exactly where it went. What? Oh, I mean, it's useful. Definitely. Well, me to such a chocolate. See, look at the dumb ass. You see the puzzle, you're gonna walk right into it. Why would you walk between chairs like that, stupid? Deserve a slip. I was just dumb. And I just cleaned all this stuff last night. Now is everything filthy and whatnot. Very next morning. Child's transforming and mutating. Fruit. Still good. It's cool. Still good. Still good. Alright, I got machines and things. I did so much to my park. It's so big. There's tons of pools and lots of slides and chairs and bathrooms and stuff and showers. Everything. I work hard for the money. I work hard for the money. I do want the jukebox. I definitely need it. It's talking about bigger tubes. Yes. Little Miss Meow, what are you doing? Besides driving your sister insane. Wait, they said they do it automatic. Wait, imagine what? Reese, get out. You said imagine. Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, just, just try it out once, see how we like it. Meow. I heard you about to go in the trash. Any last words? Bucks, $5,000. Okay. Okay, but like, do you hear the music through the whole park, or what? Girl, you don't cut it out. Pop your butt. Seems like it's been too long. Okay. Are you ready to get out, Mommy? Yes, you are. Yes, you definitely are. Nah. You're not listening. Yeah, so what about her? You not listening. She listening. You not listening. She's the goat. See, you still not listening. Enlightenment takes time and more tasks. How many more tasks before you talk to me about anything but that? Little girl. So I'm assuming that's it. Oh, ranky danky and rusty. Ooh, bless you. Oops. Reese's about to get a whooping, y'all. A bunch of flyers. Oh, that was my uncle's name. Open the phone. Drop them on the floor. Tell me about myself. Stand there and be ready.
Welcome to Caitlin.
There's people. There's a ticket. Suck me in the butt. It's a ticket. I misread that. Never mind. Don't suck my butt. Enjoy the work.
Welcome to Kmart.
Oh goodness! I didn't mean to pick you up. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Oops. What the hell just happened to me? Put the stuff and then let's see this work for me. I don't know what it's gonna be. It's got a butt truck.
Welcome to Kmart.
Check out my park. I gotta go back inside and do work. I'm walking around, turning around now. Go that way. Go barely. And they buying clothes and stuff. Awesome. They're loving it. Is somebody sabotaging my clothes? Okay, so somebody did something crazy. Horses. You're welcome. Stink. You stink. There you go. You about to be real mad in a second. Put it back and stop touching it. You gotta start walking this way so I can clean it up. And just keep walking. Yeah. Oh no. Who is this girl? Reese, get down. Get down. I really don't understand why you're working so hard. So many things we can do. This virtual system. I spent a bunch of money. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Ouch! What the hell? Yes.
Welcome to Kmart. You put everything?
No.
So you're not finished. Very much specifically said to do exactly that. I'll never listen. You ain't put everything. Okay.